I would like to call the Committee on Budget back to order. I would also like to appoint Councilmember Andrea Tupola to as a member of the Committee on Budget. Thank you very much for helping us start the meeting. Okay, with that, we will get right into the next department. We have the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services. And with us from the department, we have the Director, Andy Kawano.
Good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Budget Chair Wire, and Councilmember Tupola. Andy Kawano, Department of Budget and Fiscal Services. So we will be presenting the overview of the BFS budget for FY24. We'll go to slide number 2. This chart displays the FY23 budgeted and FY24 year-over-year operating budget, dollar change, and percent change. This chart shows that overall, the BFS budget is funded 72.5% by the general fund, 14.7% through the Liquor Commission Fund, and 12.8% by federal and other sources of funds. The bottom section of this slide represents Liquor Commission. The Liquor Commission is 100% special funded operation. They have their own revenue source. Therefore, Liquor Commission will be reporting on their portion of the budget later today. The middle or shaded yellow section represents BFS excluding liquor. Salaries make up 81% of the budget. Current expenses represent about 16%, and equipment is about 3% of the budget. There is roughly a 25% increase in salaries, primarily due to collective bargaining increases, along with the creation of 4 procurement and specification specialist position in our purchasing division. The 25% also includes the impact of not sweeping the PVP, not sweeping our vacant funded positions into the PVP. The impact of that is about $2 million. So if you factor out the fact that the sweep is handled differently this year, we're keeping most of the vacant position dollars in the department. If you factor that out and compare the fluctuation apples to apples, the increase was actually about 14%. About 11% of the increase was due to collective bargaining increases, and the rest due to adding new positions to purchasing. With regard to current expenses increased by about 5.5%, primarily due to $500,000 for an empty home study related to Bill number 9, 2022, intended to assess the taxation of vacant residential properties. We're proposing that we do a study in FY24. Equipment includes $670,000 for the city's deed restriction buyback program. In that program, there are about 700 homes, roughly, that were subsidized through various city types of assets years ago. And we have the appropriation available if by chance the city has to buy back the property due to the deed restriction requirements. This amount has not changed from last year. Next slide. So again, this slide number 3 covers in detail what I covered earlier, the $500,000 for the Bill 9 study, study on empty homes related to Bill number 9, and the taxation of vacant residential properties. And we also have a budget issues amount for purchasing and adding 4 procurement specialists to the purchasing team to increase our capacity and capability for, increased federal funding going forward. We still have, as you know, the Infrastructure Act funding that's coming in, and we're looking for other sources of federal funding that require staffing. We are also going to increase FTA, formula, and competitive funding to, address the needs that we have in highways, bridges, et cetera. In terms of training, these staff will help to train department customers to better start the procurement cycle so that we can have procurement practices that are fully encompassing of the entire purchase cycle. And that'll result in having early engagement with the departments, being more efficient in our purchasing so things don't go back and forth, and ending up with superior contracts. We think that adding 4 procurement specialists at the SR22 level will be very helpful for city procurement. Now, touching on our vacancies, as of the run of the report of vacant positions at the start of February, we had 61 vacant positions in BFS. The plan is that we're going to fill 46 positions by July 1st, and we'll fill the remaining 15 in July during fiscal year 2024. To give you more of a breakdown, thus far during this fiscal year, through the end of last week, BFS has had 53 hires, and that includes 16 internal promotions and three internal transfers. We also have 11 unbudgeted PSCs, personal service contracts, filled to help keep operations moving along. Offsetting that, we've had 27 separations. We've had 2 employees that have deceased. We have had 1 employee terminated, 8 retirees, 2 transfers, 10 resignations, and 4 transfers to state government. We obviously have to work on retention, but I can assure you that retention is a focus, and we are ensuring that all of our new hires are trained appropriately for their roles. They have a good understanding of what they're expected to do, and they receive immediate feedback on their performance. People don't like surprises. In terms of the filling of vacancies by our divisions, the largest number of vacancies that we have in a division is in real property. We're making good progress, though. So far this year, we've actually not this year. Since February 1st, we've filled 8 positions, and we're confident we're going to fill 12 more by July 1st. And the rest of the 30, the 10 the remaining, will be filled in fiscal year 2024. And for the most part, our other divisions will follow the same suit. They're working to hire currently and make an impact through July 1st, and then the plan is to hire the remaining balance of employees during fiscal year 24. So while we had 61 vacant positions as of February 1st, as of today we have 48 because we've picked up 13. We plan to pick up another 33 by July 1st, and there's 15 left, and we plan to pick up 15 next year to fill out our vacant positions. And we feel pretty good based on progress to date this year, and the progress from February 1st through the end of last week. We have good progress. We have momentum, so we feel good that we're going to fill our positions. As mentioned earlier, BFS also has special and grant-funded vacancies. For for positions that are special and grant funded. Currently, there's 7 in administration, 1 in accounting, 1 in purchasing, and 4 in fiscal CIP administration. The administration vacancies relate to the Oahu Workforce Development Board. We have 7 positions. We currently have 3 filled. We have new staff currently in that area of responsibility, and we are assessing whether or not we need all 7. And we may make adjustments as we move towards FY24, but we're still going through the assessment process. So we plan to fill the positions I was talking about, except for Oahu Workforce Development. We're doing the assessment there. And we don't think we're going to fill the one accounting position, but we should have the rest of the positions filled. And we're confident that we will. Just a high level of the revenue programs that our department collects. The main one is real property tax. And during the administration's overview, we talked about the increase in real property tax net of the proposed one-time credit to homeowners with homeowner exemptions. So we talked about that. And then we have the public service company tax, the county TAT, the franchise tax. We collect the fuel tax, and then we talked about the investment pool last time, but we can have more discussion on that when we go into Q&A. And I think I mentioned this last time, with regard to the investment pool increase, the investment pool it aggregates all idle cash from all of our different funds, and most of the investment income is generated from idle cash of the general fund and the sewer fund. So I just wanted to mention that. I'd say about 80% of the interest income is generated through idle cash in the general fund and sewer fund. Taking a look at the capital budget, very, very simple. There's 3 items. The first item is the FY24 allocation of our scheduled investment in rail required by our full funding agreement with the FTA. So we plan to, we propose an appropriation of $12 million of GI funding, or general obligation bond funding. We have equipment purchases, and we do the equipment purchases we handle the equipment purchases for the entire city. So all agencies turn in their equipment needs during the budget process, and BFS purchases the equipment for the city. And lastly, the project adjustment account of $2,000 that hasn't changed from the prior year. So that's a quick overview. Budget Chair, we tried to keep it brief and concise as you requested, and I'm up here with my team for questions.
Thank you. I do have 2 questions before I go to the members. First off, in the budget book relating to the budget highlights of the overall department, it does say that 17 positions continue to be deactivated. Does that mean they're still active as salaries, though, or have they been transitioned to PVP?
So when the positions are deactivated, the position in the org chart exists, but for budget processes, the dollar amount for those positions are not included in the budget.
Okay, thank you. And has the Real Property Tax Division upgraded their software to accommodate any possible changes and or additions to RPT, like classifications and tiering?
Yeah, so our platform is the same as Maui's and the other counties. All counties use Tyler Technologies as a vendor. We are going through a version upgrade as we speak. I believe it's implemented, and we're going through, the test phase, and it's, a cloud-based platform. And we have capacity to change, add tiers and change the tax program. But we'd have to go through testing. There's some development involved, and we have to go through testing whenever we do that.
Thank you, Director. Okay, members, well, once again, I'll start with the committee members and then other council members. Okay, Committee Vice Chair Wire, and then Council Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo again, Director, for being here. I was curious, so we're adding 4 positions for purchasing. Are there, in terms of fiscal, is there a need there? Are there vacancies there? Or what's your opinion of what's going on with fiscal services?
So, okay, in terms of accounting fiscal, we have some vacancies, but in general, we've filled in quite a few. I mean, we just have a few vacancies here and there. Nothing major, and we're going to continue to fill vacancies. I think what's going to be important is retaining who we have, because we've picked up people and we need to retain them going forward, so that we don't have bottlenecks moving forward.
Yeah.
But I think we're okay in fiscal at this time.
Okay.
I think because of the demand for more procurement services, the fact that federal funding will continue in different forms, we felt that we generally need more capacity in procurement, and that's where we put it this year.
Okay, understood. And just curious, because not knowing necessarily what your breakdown is in terms of timeline and timeliness and how things are getting moved through, but just wanted to make sure that both ends were being funded, because before it even gets, but before it even gets to purchasing, it has to get through fiscal too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, and then just one quick thing, regarding the study of the vacancy tax, and I know we talked earlier about what it could look like in terms of rese increasing and maybe an exemption for rentals or long-term rentals or something like that, as maybe an alternative, right, to the vacancy tax. But I'm not saying that that's the administration's position, but I don't know if something like looking at the practicality of using a GET tax or proof of your GET payment as maybe something that could be used as an indicator instead of like the long-term lease like Maui, right? So where if we increase rese and then there's an exemption for anyone that's renting out the house, because of course the goal is to ensure there's not a bunch of vacant properties laying around when we have local families that don't even have one. And then maybe proof of getting that exemption would be, here's our proof of GET tax payment, because that's indicative of you charging rent for it, whether it's a month to month, whether it's 6 months, whether it's a year. At least we're putting that back into an inventory. So just wanted to, I don't know if you have thoughts on that, if you think that just wouldn't work at all, but maybe something that could be included in evaluation in the study.
Okay, so not a question, but you're providing statements of thought for us to consider in the study.
Yeah, unless you have an answer already. But
no, I don't. I think when we look at the Empty Homes Tax Bill 9, at least from what I've seen, the success has been in Vancouver. We've been trying to look for other successful cities in the U.S. that have implemented an empty homes tax, and really there's nothing comparable to our size, and nothing. I haven't seen anything that has really kicked off other than Vancouver, and not to downplay Vancouver, yeah, but it's not a U.S. city, and the whole, the perspective of taxation is very different in that country. We, however, are looking at Vancouver because they've had success, but I'd like the study to look at empirical data from other U.S. cities as well.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, because I know part of the issue was just enforcement too, and figuring out how that whole scheme or mechanism is going to work. Whereas if you switch it to where there's a burden of some type on the property owner getting the exemption, just like we have for homeowner exemption, right? Like it's up to the person seeking the exemption to make sure their form is in. And then we could maybe reach the same outcome through the Res A framework and then have a similar, exemption. So just some thoughts.
Well, no, thank you for your thoughts, Council Member. Appreciate it.
No, appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, and then Councilmember Say.
Thank you. Director for the Liquor Commission, I know you gave the overall vacancy rate, but do you have a vacancy rate for the Liquor Commission?
The Liquor Commission will be presenting their vacancy information. Generally, I know it's higher than what we're
tomorrow.
experiencing. And Liquor Commission will be presenting as a separate
okay.
office after this.
Okay, tomorrow? Tomorrow, Chair. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
I was just looking at your presentation, so since you talked about them, I'll wait. I have no questions for you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Say, and then Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For Director Kawano, after 2 years, 2 months, have you felt that this department has gone back to normality, or you're still catching up?
I really believe we're near normality. We're not there yet. There's still some catch up to do. And I say that more so from the standpoint that we've had retirements and retirements of very experienced staff. So obviously, while we've done the infilling, as shared with you, we've actually filled a lot of positions.
Yes.
It's just that a lot of people have left. My concern is that the level of overall institutional knowledge may not be as strong as it was pre-pandemic, but I'm confident we can get there because we have good people. Yeah,
Okay.
These folks behind me, they all work hard. They work hard, and they're not ever forced to. They do it because they feel that it's important, and serving the public is important to them. So
Okay.
I think it'll just take some time, but
Yeah.
we're getting there.
Okay, the next question was in regards to transition. Are you comfortable with what is happening within your department, the transition from senior management? Now you've got a young crop coming up. And like you said earlier, institutional knowledge is so important. That's fine with me. And one final thought. Are we comparably positive? When I say positive, are we okay with our payroll, meaning the SR salary ranges for these new positions that are coming on board? Because I don't want to see, we recruit for 3 or 4 years, they leave because of the competition that other outside forces have. Are we in there as far as the SR salary ranges for these organizational services that you have in your organizational chart?
I think as a rule of thumb, the entry level and the earlier steps of pay, as people move up within the accounting organization, probably low to industry. So as they come in and get trained and, get comfortable, a lot of times, they get an offer and can leave. I think as you go higher to the more senior manager levels, mid and senior management levels, the pay starts to equalize with outside, although it's not the same. You still can get paid more if you go outside and work in private. But, you work in government because you're focused on public service. You're not increasing the size of your wallet necessarily, but you work because you want to serve the public. So,
Okay, this is the one for me on another topic, dealing with housing. Your entry level, what AMI would they be under? 80 percentile, 60 percentile AMI? I want these young ones that's coming on board to at least qualify for a house or a apartment or condominium unit. If we're not, you know what I'm trying to get at. Can a person like Calvin Say, who starts working for you at 48,000 or maybe 50, that's why I thought what would be the salary range. I would be in the 40% AMI category. at
It
40?
depends on how many income earners you have in the household, right? So I would think the starting pay is, 50 to 60 in that range. So obviously they need affordable housing. I can speak to myself. When I started working, if I wasn't living with my wife and she was doing the same thing and we work full time, we wouldn't be able to buy a house at that time. And I think it still applies now. So
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out a way how we can increase the entry-level salaries, that's why. For entry-level employees that works for budget and fiscal services. And that's all I'm trying to determine. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. Next is Councilmember Tupola, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kawano. Hey, we're still here. Thank you. I just have a few questions based on your presentation. I'm reading through your revenue and surplus. I would still love to see a revenue plan from the administration on exactly how they're increasing it. But obviously, the investment pool did super good. So compared to everything else, you guys are thinking of doing more. I mean, because you have various funds besides the ones you enumerated, such as the sewer, and I forget what the other one was.
general fund.
Yeah, so besides those two, seeing as though this one has actually brought in way more revenue than we had in the past, is the administration's position to perhaps use more dollars that are waiting to be expended but are available?
Well, and thank you for your question, Council Member Tupola. And that's why we're working hard to implement our investment decision support services. We're using a firm that the state of Hawaii BNF uses, and we plan to send the notice to proceed soon, within the next few weeks. It was rough to complete the procurement because of requirements of this firm, but they gave us a very, I think, competitive quote, fee quote. We know the contract amount that BNF negotiated, and we're right there. So we know we got a good deal. And we want to use this service to, optimize our interest income and investment earnings in a safe, liquid manner. And that's one of the things we're going to do. But, we are looking at ways to increase revenues. The very difficult part from our standpoint is that, unless we collect from visitors, our residents really can't pay anymore. In fact, they're asking for relief, right?
Yeah, so definitely not talking about any more residential taxes. I was just wondering if you would be investing more in the investment pool. So I'm hearing yes.
We are,
okay.
Yes.
And then in your revenue and surplus detailed statement, the first line item said investments, the next line item said investment pool. So the investment pool was the 2.8 million that went up to the 25. So is the first line item just the word investments? Is that because we have changed the services and how we're using those investments?
Oh, what are you looking at? I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Oh, it's this nice handy dandy binder that says revenues. So I'm on C6.
You're on C6. Okay, perfect. Let me take a look at that.
Because I saw that the first line item called investments went from the 1 billion to 00. So I thought, okay, are we just using a different investment service and therefore the first line item won't be bringing in revenues anymore?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so in the 22 column where you see investments,
Yes.
we dropped the actual number in that. We have separate accounts. They go to the same place. They're all pulled together and distributed back to the various funds that have idle cash. And we just don't budget that. So when we budget, everything's in the investment pool. So if you look at the FY23 estimate, it's at
The 7.9.
the 7.970 million, and then for 24, the estimate is 25,797,000.
So you're saying that that first line item you guys are dropping into the investment pool. Is that what you just
We
said?
drop it in when we get actual results.
Understood.
If you go to C4,
Yes.
2 pages prior,
Yeah.
if you look at taxes, we do the same thing with taxes as well. So if you look at real property taxes,
I was going to ask that, the RPT lockbox, RPT mortgage, right?
yeah, so we don't have the actual information until we close out the year. So
And then
when we're able to close out the year with actual numbers, we can fill in those balances. So what's interesting is that I thought it was interesting looking at it this weekend. You would think that RPT mortgage company would be higher, but it's about 32% of total real property tax revenue. So, we receive real property tax payments from mortgage companies at about 30, and that's been stable since 3 years ago when I looked at the budget for 2022. That amount was about 30 to 32%.
Understood. Thank you
Yeah.
for helping me to read that correctly. And then for, sorry to jump off the binder, but for your presentation, budget communication number 3, on page 16, you just have the TECP. And the TECP is there's nothing going in there, right? Because we have the sewer revenue bond, state revolving fund, the GEO bond, and so we're not issuing any TECP right now.
We currently have not borrowed through the tax-exempt commercial paper program line thus far, so it's not used.
So this is not us issuing that, that's us borrowing using the TECP?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess the follow-up question that I was really trying to ask is, in the event that, say, for example, we have this fire sprinkler regulation where everyone needs to get it in, it's per the law, is there a way that the city can use a revolving fund so that people can apply through us to get the funds to, I guess, install these, and then on the back end, pay back loan payments similar to how this works?
I don't think so, because that loan would have to be used for improvements of the county, not for third parties.
I see.
So, we probably have to use our operating budget to fund fire sprinkler subsidies. But then again,
As an infrastructure revolving fund is what I'm saying. Obviously, it's not
Yeah.
going to be benefiting anybody but the laws that we make, which we're making the law about it. So that's where people are like, okay, that's nice, it's a law, but where is the revenue source? So it was just a question. Last question, in regards to the $500,000 for the vacant home study, is there any way that fund can also be used to research what we've been asking all day, which is what is a better real property tax proposal from the administration? Because I could probably guess that whoever's doing the study could do both, more likely than not.
the answer is yes. We could do that.
Did you already RFP out this and someone won the bid, or is the $500,000 an estimate?
We're still working on the RFP. We're in progress. We're actually looking. We have a rule within BFS in that you cannot complete a procurement unless you have funding available. It's a rule to keep us, out of trouble, so that we have funds for all contracts that we let. I think we're close. We're close to finding funding, and then we can, solicit and secure proposals. But we don't have any proposals yet for the study.
Understood. Well, I guess at a different time, I'd really like to make sure that we can solidify that both of these can be accomplished at the same time. I appreciate the proactivity on trying to do the research for the one bill, but I do think the underlying issue is we all want to know what is the best proposal moving forward for property taxes so as to not burden local residents into perpetuity with rising valuations. So if the contractor can do both, it would behoove all of us to have the results of that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I agree.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Tupola. Next, we have Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair Cordero. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, just want to follow up on what Councilmember Tupola is talking about, the $500,000 to increase the study to look at it in an overall policy. Because while I like Bill 9 and the vacancy tax, one of the things that Maui is doing, they're doing homeowner occupied versus non-homeowner occupied, and then they go ahead and give a break to landlords who are renting long-term. Right, that might be another way of taxing the vacant properties because they would be non-homeowner occupied. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's possible, but we want to look at it with our data because we're very different from Maui. We're just larger, right, in terms of our residential base.
Yeah.
And it's going to change the groupings quite a bit because currently in residential we have. Residential with homeowners exemption, we have about 152,000. If you just look at residential, we have, maybe 250 to 260,000 homes or parcels. And then if you look at residential A, the ones that are above $1 million, that's about, approaching 40,000. That amount grew because that A limit is lower relative to valuation, so more people fell into Res A. If we change our classifications to homeowner occupied and non-homeowner occupied, it really changes the metrics because it's almost going to divide parcels into half. So just roughly speaking, roughly half of the parcels may be homeowners occupied, and the other half will be non-homeowner occupied. So we're going to have to really think. The metrics are not going to look anything like Maui. So we're going to have to run through iterations of numbers based on the classifications and rates, and council members, you're going to have to think through what's the right tax rate policy based on that.
So I think we're on the same page because if we're using the same program that Maui is, we could just plug in our numbers to see how it would come out and whether or not we would be generating the same amount of revenue. And really, for us to make an informed decision, right, I'd like to see the different, you say the word, what's the word you used? Sorry.
Metrics?
Or metrics works, I guess.
Iterations?
Iteration, right? What you're saying is you got to plug it in and see what happens. Because ultimately, if we lose $50 million in revenue, then maybe we don't want to do it. But in order for us to give tax relief to those who need it the most, I think you have to do a bunch of different, I'm sorry, how do you say the word? Iteration, right?
Yes.
And I'm just throwing out the non-homeowner versus homeowner, but perhaps if you don't have the resources to do it in-house, that 500,000 could be used at running all the different possibilities to help us make that informed decision. Right?
Nothing's out of the question. I think it's open. And even for Bill 9 and the empty homes tax, we've had discussions with Ellen Carson and her team. And when you fall into that category, your taxes go up 10 times, right? It'll go from $350 per thousand to 3%, right? So close to 10 times. You pay a $3,000 bill, your bill will go up to $30,000. And then, but even if we do that, you still have to take a look at the data and how you're classifying, because you're going to have local families that pass property from one generation to another, and it just happens, right? And for the family receiving property to get hit with a bill that's 10 times more will be hard. So there's talk about, you not only need the empty homes tax, you might need Ohana homes tax or something like that at a lower rate for those situations. So we don't, adversely impact local families that really just are passing a home from one generation to another. So that kind of analysis is important. And I see Administrator Takara here, and what I wanted to say is that it's not just overlaying what Maui does over Oahu. We got to look at the details and analyze so that we have the parcels in the right classification, because it may not be the same percentage.
Right, and no need to expound upon that. I think we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Next question. Looking at your slide deck, page 2, BFS excluding liquor commission under salaries, it reflects a 25.33% increase. Now, obviously, that's to account for collective bargaining, right?
Yeah, a good chunk of it is due to pay increases as a result of collective bargaining.
Is it also, are you folks also factoring into this 25.33% a possible increase in director and deputy director salaries that may or may not come from the salary commission?
That's not factored in.
It's not factored
What it does include, though, is the impact of the reclassification or sweep to the provision for vacant positions. Last year's budget included a full sweep. We didn't do it this year, as I mentioned. Yeah, the monies are in salaries for the departments, and the impact to BFS was about $2 million. So if we factor out the impact of not sweeping this year in '24 for budget purposes, that change goes down by about $2 million. So it's not as pronounced as it looks. Some of it is just accounting. And when you do a reclassifications from salary to provisionals, at the end of the day, if you are able to use, as you allowed us to do last year, Council Chair, the dollars are just in different accounts, but in the total budget is not. The total operating budget is not affected.
Okay. If the salary commission does in fact come back with pay raises for the administration, are you then going to come back and ask to amend the budget request for each department to reflect that?
I think we'll take a look at everything, and perhaps we'll have to do that. It's going to depend on where we are at that time.
Okay, and I can't predict what the salary commission is going to do.
I just don't know.
We're just trying to prepare one way or the other. Okay, last question. So the budget went up from $3.2 to $3.4 million. Are we saving any of that? I mean, I know it went up, but there's still, based on the 14.1% increase in revenues, are we socking away any of that into a rainy day fund? Does the city even have a rainy day fund?
We have, good question, Council Chair. We have the Fiscal Stability Fund, and our budget includes setting aside $7 million.
7?
Yeah, I think we have about $150 million in that fund right now, as of today. And we'll have closer to $160 million in FY24, with if you approve the allocation to fiscal stability, that plus earnings from the investment pool, assuming interest rates stay higher for the rest of the year, which is highly probable right now. We should, at the end of FY24, we should be approaching $160 million in our fiscal stability fund.
So this year we're socking away $7 million additional money into the fiscal stability fund.
Yes.
Now, if we wanted to look at cutting your budget proposal and putting more money into the fiscal stability fund, where would you suggest we make those cuts?
Nowhere.
I'm just saying, $7 million,
we feel good
out of
about our
the-
budget.
I dare to say how much money actually was realized through the higher property value rates. It was quite a bit. And we're only putting away $7 million of it? What was the thought process behind that?
Well, 7 million is the amount that we've been putting away consistently, each year. The other piece that we have to be aware of is the one-time credit, right? That's not free. The one-time credit is a deduction of real property tax revenues of $45.5 million. That's a large sum. So assuming let's say valuations stay even, zero increase, and we go through this process again, we're here next year, assuming that the rates don't change, we haven't made classification changes to parcels, we should be very close to the same estimated revenue amount for the budget. That the $45.5 million comes back and can be used for other uses in FY25, all other things being equal. Assuming that we don't have to do a credit again, assuming that instead we decide on, the end result of bills 37 and 38 for the low-income tax credit. And as I mentioned, that's the main way to protect people so they don't lose their homes, the low-income tax credit. Assuming that, we address and resolve what we're going to do with Bill 40, that's homeowners exemption, that bill, whether we increase it $10,000 or whatever number we end up with, all of those things factored in, we're going to have $45.5 million to work with.
That's assuming that next year property values.
That I was saying if it stayed the same. But we have to remember that because of collective bargaining, because that's independent with what happens on the tax side, the increase will go from, let's say, $110 million or $100 million, it'll go up another $60 to $70 million. So there's going to be a big increase on what we have to pay for the last year of the collective bargaining period, right? 2025.
Right.
So and then there's rail. We have a number estimate that we're using for the budget, but until we operate, we don't know what the real number is. We'll find out when we start operating.
I mean, you talked about a lot of things there.
A lot of things in my head.
Yeah, no, it's great. I'm glad we're having this discussion. But collective bargaining, I mean, Councilmember Say has been talking about this a lot, that we have to make sure we have the money to pay the collective bargaining. So if it's $100 million this year, next year it's $60 million or so, and the following year probably the same amount. We have to make sure we have that money. And all the more reason why I'm asking, why aren't we putting more money into the fiscal stability fund? Because ultimately, if property values go down, which could happen because mortgage rates are at an all-time high, right? So again, property values are determined by sales in the same neighborhood. And in fact, if they're going down, I would imagine that the revenue is going to go down, and it's not going to be as high as it is this year. And that's why perhaps we should be putting more money into the fiscal stability fund. Wouldn't you agree?
I would if our property values were more volatile on the downside. When you look at that 30-day chart, the bar chart, we've had downturns, but the values are resilient. Even when we've had recessions in the past, dot-com bubble bursts, home bubble burst, all those things. There has been a plateauing of property values, maybe some small decrease, but it always steps up. So I would think that if anything, we'd have a plateau again, maybe some small decreases, if any. But because we have real estate that's coveted not only by our residents but by non-residents around the world, there's a demand that's going to keep, I think, prices stable, much more stable than other jurisdictions throughout the U.S.
If we wanted to pass the low-income tax credit bill or the homeowner's exemption, making the homeowner's exemption larger, where do you propose we get the funds to do that?
Nowhere.
We don't, I mean,
We
maybe I'm
Yeah.
just trying to do the math, right?
Yeah.
If we gain money, revenue, I should say, from the higher property values, and we're only socking away 7 million, does that mean we're spending the rest of the new revenue?
We spend the rest if everything is obligated, but a lot of times money's lapse, right?
Sure.
So we have lapsing that turns into unreserved fund balance or unassigned fund balance that rolls into the next fiscal year's budget process. That, and I had to learn this too over the last few cycles, that is added to our estimated revenues for the next year to help pay for government expenditures.
Okay. So again, I'm going to ask the same question a different way. So if the revenues went up from
Yeah.
1.38 billion to 1.67 billion, an increase of 14.1%, the administration's current budget basically spends the entire amount, right? With the
does.
exception of the 7 million that we're socking
The
away.
intent is to spend the amount subject to the fact that there's lapsing every year.
Okay. And
Also, my team shared with me to emphasize that, and it's in the ACFR, the Fiscal Stability Fund has specific rules that we have to follow, right, upon use. So basically, there has to be some kind of economic issue that results in a drastic drop in revenue, right, for a period of time. And that's just one example. What we would have to then do is come in front of council and ask for the use of those funds. So there's rules we have to follow. It's not, the Fiscal Stability Fund is a restricted fund. It's not like the general fund. So my
Sure.
team's asked me to share that with you, and I think it's good information.
yeah, no, super helpful. Thank you. But again, I'm asking the same question again, but the low income tax credit, if we want to increase that, or the homeowner's exemption, now you said you don't want us to do that, but perhaps it could be a more targeted approach to helping the most needy as opposed to the 45 million that just goes across the board, right? Because everybody, whether you're making $5 million a year, you still get that $300 check or credit. Or the same person, not the same person, but a person making 70,000 a year or less will get a $300 check, right? There's no distinction. You don't base it on need, right?
Well, generally speaking, a flat credit across all different property values does have an impact because the homeowners with the lower property values, in general, not always, typically are not as wealthy as homeowners with $2 million, $3 million, and $4 million homes. Therefore, they're going to benefit a lot more. So, yeah, and that's one of the, that in terms of equity, that's what we looked at when we decided to offer a flat credit to all homeowners with the homeowner exemption, regardless of value.
Yeah. Okay. Terrific. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, starting round two of questioning, we have Vice Chair Beyer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go quickly. I'm still stuck back at homeowner occupied, non-homeowner occupied. Why is it bad for us to have that shift?
No, it's not bad. The shift is not bad. the dynamics of the program will substantially change. And I see my administrator, Takara, wants to speak, so I'm going to call him up. But what's going to happen is the details behind the program, the structure is going to change significantly. And as I mentioned earlier today, non-owner occupied homes typically relate to those that rent, right? At the end of the day, people are going to rent those homes. If we shift the tax burden from the homeowner occupied group, which for discussion purposes will equate to homes with the homeowner exemption, that's 152,000. So if we drop their rate significantly and push it to non-owner occupied, what we're doing is we're pushing the tax burden to perhaps those that can't afford it. So that's all I throw. We have to be thoughtful if we make a change to the program. It's not bad. And
If I may quickly, so when you say pushing it to, is the person, the renter it's getting pushed to? Is that what you're saying?
yes. So in theory, if you have the landlord, they're renting to the renter that pays landlord. Some of the landlords will pass through increases in taxes directly to the renter.
Okay, but then if you're giving them an exemption for renting, doesn't that solve that problem?
It could if they file. That's the other problem we have. People don't file, right? So you're right. If we do a long-term rental exemption, and
Does it have to be long-term?
we have would be preferred, right? Because you want to cover people that have a longer term rental.
I think there's pluses and minuses.
with differences in rates. See, I think what we're getting into is how complex it can be. And that's why we're going to have healthy discussion back and forth, because we don't want to impact the wrong people on an unintended basis. We want to make sure that the impacts go to the right people, and that we don't further hurt those that are in need, right?
Yeah, I think for me, it's a matter of we have 36,000 vacant housing units on Oahu. So how do we incentivize people getting those into the hands of local families, right? And of course, maybe there's exemptions, like you said, for certain generational situations, kupona. But ultimately, we know that what is our shortfall? 20,000 something, maybe a little bit larger now. So if we're even just pushing a chunk of those into the market, building a little bit, enforcing our TVU law, it seems like our housing crisis is solved. But maybe that's a little too simplistic, but it sounds like it to me.
It's definite pie in the sky target that we can aim for.
Yeah.
I agree, because those are the kinds of numbers that people throw out there. And but until we actually register people and get all of the facts, we don't know what that number is, right? We're basing it on surveys and other types of ways that people get that information. We don't really know what the true story is until we actually go through some kind of registration process.
Of course. And I've come to terms with the fact that we're always going to develop some luxury, right? Some type, but ultimately we have to shift the direction of the market to ensure that we're providing housing that our local families can actually afford. And so if we're cutting into that bottom line of folks that are land banking and buying up investment properties, making it less attractive, we can hopefully shift the market.
I agree.
Just
yes.
enough so the folks building these properties are actually building units they can live in, and not properties that someone from out of state's going to come in and buy up and then never stay at. Maybe stay at once a week out of the year. Yeah.
Right. I think at the higher end, the more expensive properties that everybody thinks of, I don't think the owners are going to get impacted by empty home tax. They're just going to just pay the tax because they want the investment,
And that's revenue.
The unrealized
Isn't
gains.
that, we're looking for revenue.
Right.
And shifting it from our lower income families.
But those homes won't go into market. What we need to address are those homes that range between the values that people can afford, and make sure that we treat the tax burden to those folks are fair, are equitable as well.
Yeah.
At the top end, they're going to pay the tax.
Oh, I hear you on that. We
Yeah.
got to keep it fair for those folks. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for Budget and Fiscal Services? Okay, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Actually, building upon Councilmember Wire's questions, I'm looking at the Real Property Assessment Division, which I imagine would handle a program like this. We're seeing the challenges that DPP faces with enforcing, our vacation rental things, figuring out who actually lives there, who's actually staying there, who's not, what kind of contract they have. This $500,000 that you're asking for to help figure out this program, will this envision expanding the Real Property Assessment Division if we were to implement a program on empty homes?
Okay. I'm going to have Administrator Takara respond to you partially, and then I'll comment after.
Good afternoon, Stephen Takara, Real Property Assessment Division Administrator for the record. I just felt like I needed to chime in, and great point. Thank you, Council Member, and congratulations and welcome. I haven't had the opportunity to meet you. I just kind of wanted to sort things out to make sure that we're compartmentalizing the topics and the issues here. Okay, Bill 9 and the 500,000 is to solely address Bill 9 and the RFP that I testified it earlier, as well as Director Kawano. Okay, but there's I guess, ongoing conversation as far as other bills, such as Bill 61 and Bill 62, regarding owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied properties. Okay, the idea of Maui having this exemption for renters or property owners who rent long-term, that's a whole nother ball, but seems like you guys, or the conversation is balled around this policy. So I just kind of wanted to sort things out to directly answer the initial question as far as Bill 9 and the RFP. The way we looked at it, and I think I testified that we're assessors, not so much property managers. So this RFP would include if another division would be stood up to manage and implement this program. That's part of the RFP. And if the revenues and everything is feasible, as far as other policies and enforcement issues that DPP are also facing, as far as the appropriateness of the property, use of the property, or vacancy of the property. To kind of touch upon the investor properties that are being rented and then receiving an exemption, I'm kind of mixed with that, because the thing that is happening here is that you have a owner-occupied, non-owner-occupied property. Okay, so in other words, you have the owner-occupied with the home exemption, then you have a group of properties that's occupied by tenants or vacant or family that's not paying rent. Okay, so again, Res A and residential class and residential A class basically separates that. But residential A, you have the $1 million threshold. Okay, then you pay that, you're subject to that classification and I guess accompanying rates. So with that being said, the concept of that is basically investor properties or property owners are paying a higher rate for those that's own $1 million or more. But now if the concept is to give those properties who's renting for 1 year or long term an exemption, that kind of contradicts that concept, right? So now these investor property owners are getting an exemption. Excuse me, I got to drink water. Excuse me. So that kind of, it's like, okay, I'm paying this higher rate, but I'm going to get an exemption. So again, that adds complexity to the whole, I guess, real property tax policy. That I guess I feel like I have an obligation to kind of simplify things, because property owners are already kind of inundated with the whole program. So I kind of wanted to step back and kind of compartmentalize the topics that's being discussed, and some of the feedback and some of the concepts in my mind to share with this body.
Thank you. Okay, last one.
Yeah, no, quickly.
We have
So
5 more.
Okay, well, absolutely last one. So if we kept Res A, right, And so I had a distinction between, maybe it should be 2 million now. I don't know what valuation's gone up so much, or 1.5. And so you still had those separate rates, but then had exemptions for that parallel rate. So it's like if you are renting it, you're paying a lower rate but higher. Does that solve the problem?
Yeah, I think that's what Director Kwana, I think what he was speaking of is that if you give that tax relief to the property owner, there's no assurances that relief will be passed to the tenant, or is that where we're going, or are you talking about increasing the threshold of Res A?
No, two separate issues. I mean, whether or not we should increase it, we're talking about. But it's just having separate rates, still distinguishing based on value, and then still having like a lower, like an exemption based on value. Does that make sense?
Oh, can you repeat that again?
So like, say we did 1550 for 1.5 million and over, and 750 for under 1.5 Res A.
Okay.
And then you have an exemption where if you have a home that's 1.5 and below, you pay 450. So that brings it right back down to what it is right now with Res A, right?
Okay.
And then if you have a home over 1.5, bring that down to 1050 if you're renting it out. So it brings it down to what it is right now with Res A. So we don't lose any value, we don't lose any revenue, but we're giving an incentive for folks to put their home back into the market if they're wealthy enough to have a bunch of extra homes, which I know not everybody is, but there are some people in our community that are.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I kind of get it, but I guess what I'm also trying to emphasize is that, well, for us, our division, we try to keep it as simple as possible. You know, like Bill 62 is talking about quadrants and quartiles and stuff like that. That might be a little bit maybe beyond most property owners or homeowners, that we try to keep it simple. And I get what you're saying. I mean, if we do have to go down that route, then we go down that route. But, you know, if Bill 61 and Bill 62 or Bill 61, you know, would get us away from residential A, you know, that we can still talk about it. And another thing, I was kind of hesitating, but I felt like I needed to speak on these things, and we can talk, you know, offline or as other bills come to surface. But we do have the data. We can crunch numbers. You know, as far as the exemption program in Maui, I tried to emulate it here. Again, you know, there's 152,000 home exemptions, and then there's 277,000, let's say 280,000. So that leaves about, I don't know, 230, 227. I mean, 127 rented type properties or non-owner occupied properties. You know, again, if we do that program Maui has, right? So I think Maui has like 4,000 or so. You know what I mean? I mean, again, what Director Kwana mentions, that the parcel count, we almost have triple the amount of parcels as compared to Maui. So,
Yeah, I don't mean to push, and we don't have to have an answer today because I know budget chair is waiting. I think it's just, I know we've been discussing this since at least I was on staff at the council, so coming up on 4 or 5 years, and I think people were talking about it before then, and ultimately, I have so much empathy for our kupuna, for folks already in their homes. It saw their taxes go up. And so that's why we've been talking about, you know, how can we give them relief? I think at the same time, we have to figure out our market, because the next generation of folks is not even going to have a chance. They don't have a chance right now. And that's why I think we're seeing so many people move away, right?
Sure.
And of course, I know that it requires going across the street and looking at conveyance taxes and how we can help out over there. But I think we all know RPT is the only mechanism the city has, right? And so I think we're just brainstorming, trying to figure out how do we tackle this, right? So appreciate all the insight. I do.
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Yeah. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for that discussion. Members, I do want to share that as we move on to the next departments, that I will power through to all the rest of the departments. That will be about 16 departments today, or offices and departments or agencies. So thank you for your patience, and let's move forward towards the Department of the Medical Examiner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with us, we have our medical examiner, Masahiko Kobayashi. Great to see you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Please bear with us.
Absolutely, and thank you for your patience. I saw you earlier.
Thank you. Okay. I'm presenting the budget request from the Department of the Medical Examiner. I'm Mike Kobayashi, Medical Examiner.
Also, for those online who wish to review this, it is Departmental Communications 147, 2023.
Okay. Okay, then please go to next.
Thank you, medical examiner. Oh, you okay? Okay. Thank you, go ahead.
Okay, so our revenue comes from autopsy reports, photographs, and X-rays. We don't have much revenue actually, but so each report costs $5, and we do not anticipate any significant changes. And please go to next. And these are changes in expenditures from fiscal year 23 to 24. And you can notice salaries have a large increase due to negotiated salary increase and 3 proposed new positions I'm going to discuss later, and increased overtime due to staff shortage. And also, because last year there was a large amount of money transferred from our budget to the provision for vacant positions, due to vacancies we had, including a forensic pathologist position. So that was about $660,000. And so the salary money for this fiscal year 23, looks small, but that was actually $2,800,000. So without the PVP funds, it is 15% increase. From fiscal year 23 to 24. And current expenses are slightly decreased, and the request for equipment includes a small forklift for the morgue and a countertop hood for the laboratory. And go to next. And major changes are listed here. There is ongoing facility renovation, which is expected to end within the next fiscal year. So we are moving back to the renovated facility, and there are some related costs. So moving services will cost about $35,000. And for the first several months in the next fiscal year, we have to have security guards in 2 separate locations, including the temporary laboratory we are currently using and the morgue in the old facility. So we are not in a safe area. So good security service is very important for our staff and visitor safety. And some furniture is necessary when we move back, so that was budgeted. And negative changes include off-site body storage. And the renovation is adding a large walk-in refrigeration unit, which can store about 50 sets of remains. So we expect we will use fewer spaces in the commercial facilities that stores bodies. And lease of an office at the Door Cannery will end when we move back to the facility. So that was also a negative change. Next, please. The budget issue is a request for additional positions to manage increasing caseload. As you can see in this graph, our caseload is increasing every year. And investigators have been working on a large number of cases, and they are getting burned out. So we urgently need more investigators and request 2 positions. And also, a senior clerk typist position is actually very important and also necessary to help multiple sections of our office, including taking an increased number of phone calls and greeting family members visiting our office. So I respectfully request your consideration on these positions. Thank you. Okay. And we had 6 vacancies on February 1st. 2 of them will be filled within this fiscal year. And at this point, I would like to report very good news that we are finally having a new forensic pathologist starting this month, so very soon. So we had been unable to recruit a forensic pathologist for several years. There were multiple factors such as a nationwide shortage in forensic pathologists and high cost of living and tax burden in Hawaii, and on top of the relatively low salary here. So we doctors had a very hard time just dealing with the increased number of cases, which actually resulted in hardship for the families. And they had to wait for a long time for the death certificate. So we were able to raise the salary for this position, the forensic pathologist position, and then a new doctor is finally coming. So we will have four board-certified forensic pathologists, including myself, and expect quality. I will expect quality of our service will be improved soon. And we are hoping we can finally achieve accreditation in a few years also. Retention of forensic pathologists will be a very important task I have to work on. And actually, there is still a problem. So the deputy position, deputy medical examiner position, it's still vacant. It has been vacant for more than 3 years. So I will work on this one too. And next. Our CIP project is ongoing renovation on the facility. Next. Thank you very much for your attention. And I appreciate everyone's support for our department. Thank you.
Thank you, medical examiner. And when do we expect the timeline for the improvements to be complete?
Renovation. At this point, sometime in the fall.
Oh, wow,
Yes.
nice. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, any questions for the medical examiner? Okay, Councilmember Talba.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So with the accreditation, does that possibly bring us good people to come and work for us?
Yeah, so that's the effects I'm expecting, yes.
Oh, thank you. Also, with the backlog, does that cause any financial implications at all when there is that backlog?
Yeah, yes. So we had backlog like 877 reports from 3 years before. But in these 3 years, the number is almost half now. Yeah, so almost 400 reports were completed. And so this completion is also needed for accreditation. So I keep working on that. And actually, our per diem doctor, per diem doctor is our kind of contract doctor. He's working on these reports very aggressively. So I expect we can kind of reduce a lot of numbers, this year too. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that your equipment is now, I guess it's the same, or no, it's not the same. Did it decrease? I'm not sure if it decreased or not, but but does that include vehicles? Vehicles, because I always
yes.
somehow.
Yeah, so we already requested vehicles years ago, and that was approved. But it takes like years to get the vehicles here. So we already got two. Right? Yeah, we already received 2 vehicles.
Oh, that's
and
good.
we are still waiting for another 2 vehicles.
Okay, but it is approved, appropriated, and
Yes.
purchased. Okay,
Yeah, thank you
It's
so
great to hear.
much.
It seems like I keep seeing the medical examiner vehicle. I don't know if that's good or bad or what, but like I see it in plenty places. Okay, that's good. And since I see our DEM here as well, I know that back in 2020 and in 2021, we were talking about when we deal with a lot of people who of course pass, and is there a emergency plan for the medical examiner's office? I know we talked about this maybe 2 years ago too, but is there a plan for if you really just go beyond capacity?
Oh, I'm sorry. And it is
Capacity for storage remains or
storage rooms. Yes. So right now we are using 3 mortuary trailers. That was in the parking lot, and HPD officers are guarding them. But we will end maybe this April. Then we start using the big refrigeration unit, and the renovation is adding inside of the facility. Yes, but still probably we have to still use some kind of offsite body storage facility too. Yes.
Okay, and do you work with either DEM or any other agency to come up with a plan when there is an emergency and there happens to be I guess, I don't know how to describe it, but when there's just mass amounts of need because of catastrophe?
Okay, so after we stop using the trailers, we will move the trailers somewhere else. And then if there is any mass fatality event, then we want to use those trailers, yes, as a backup. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, any other questions for the medical examiner? Okay, hope we can go visit when you reopen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm distracted. Okay, next we have the Department of Emergency Management.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, Council Chair, and Council Vice Chair Kiaina, and Council members. My name is Hiro Toy. I'm the Director for the Department of Emergency Management, and I am joined today by Ms. Mari Masuoka, Administrative Specialist for the department. So she's queuing up the slides now, but our work is dealing with disasters. And you might hear terms like preparedness, response, mitigation, and recovery. But essentially what we do is we work with the whole community before, during, and after disaster events to serve our community. So you'll see that our budget is aligned with the administration's focus areas, modernizing government, aligning with the state, and also working with nonprofit and private sector partners. In addition, we are aligned with the mayor's priorities in public safety and public health, addressing climate change impacts, and also working to improve city communication with the residents of our community. So we have our operating budget here, and I'll just note that we do not have a CIP budget request this fiscal year, so it will be limited to the operating budget side. So you'll see that there's an increase of $236,000 or 25.3% change in our salary. $164,000 of that is from the PVP funds that were removed from our budget last fiscal year, and the remainder is from changes due to collective bargaining agreements. On current expenses, you'll see a change in $100,000. And what we're actually trying to do is enhancements to our public notification system. So since 2017, we used to have a system called Nixle that was used for public alerts. But once the company was bought out, they decided they wanted to start charging fees for this, whereas they were providing this service for free in the past. So we worked with the Department of Information Technology at the time to develop an in-house solution that's called H&L Info Alerts. And over time, we've realized that we've kind of putting an unreasonable burden on DIT to not only maintain the system, but make enhancements and specifications that we have for them. And so with the support of the administration, we are requesting $100,000 in the next fiscal year to procure a commercial system. There's a number of solutions out there that basically have all the functionalities that we're looking for, whether it's push notifications, text messages, phone calls, things like that, to alert the public anytime there's an emergency for which we need to notify them. We do not have a equipment line item for this year, but overall the budget increase is 27.5%. But again, a large chunk of that is from the PVP funds from the previous years. So as of February 1st, we have 2 vacancies, one of which will be filled before the start of the next fiscal year. We are starting the recruitment process, so hopefully this will be out on the street in the next couple of weeks here. And then we'll be filling another position in the next fiscal year. The revenue summary here does not fully reflect the full story of the funding that we get. But one line item that we do have is for the LEPC, or Local Emergency Planning Committee. And these are funds provided to the city from the Department of Health from fees that they collect from those entities that hold certain types of hazardous materials. So that comes to us to help with hazardous materials planning and coordination. So a lot of the funding goes towards the first responders for their hazmat response capabilities. What I do want to point out is that we do deal with a number of other federal grants. Most of them are from the Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Currently, we're working with a hazard mitigation grant with which we're installing tsunami hazard signs across the island. We're also working with an emergency management performance grant that comes through the state. Currently, we're receiving $500,000 there. We also work with Homeland Security grants. One pot is called the State Homeland Security Program, which is allocated to each state based on mostly a per capita basis. But we receive a portion of those funds. And we were receiving funds called the Urban Area Security Initiative, which we lost a couple years back. But through advocacy work, through the mayor's office, we contacted the congressional delegation, also direct work with the Secretary of Homeland Security and with FEMA. We were fortunate enough to get those funds back. We were included in the FY23 federal funding. So the notice for funding opportunity came out just last week for that, to the tune of $1.5 million for the city. So again, the revenue summary, it reflects how it's captured in the books, but we do continue to work with a number of federal grants in support of not only our department, but all of our partner agencies in public safety. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Wire.
Yeah, briefly, thank you, Chair. And mahalo, Director, for being here. I just wanted to follow up on the retrofit conversation. So I know we did resolution 23-16, I think. That is partnership with UNCCSR and doing like retrofits for emergency shelter. Is that correct? Or?
Oh, so there is a federal grant that we received, and it's actually doing some assessments for city facilities to determine whether or not they would be good for retrofit. So we're primarily looking at Department of Parks and Recs facilities. So we're staying within the facilities that we have control over, but the facilities that we use for shelters primarily are state DOE facilities. So the state Hawaii Emergency Management Agency gets appropriations through the legislature to do retrofits there.
Okay, I appreciate that. So that list of facilities, that's just to do kind of the initial review of what's needed? Is that
correct? It'll be an assessment to see if we can also go after additional federal funds to do the retrofit work.
Okay. Do you know when we anticipate having the outcome from those reviews?
So currently we're going through the procurement process for an engineering firm to work with us on the assessments.
Okay.
So I can't give you an exact timeline, but hopefully very soon.
Okay. And then do we anticipate being able to do additional facilities maybe if this whole process goes as planned? And I only ask because I know there's maybe other locations, particularly North Shore, Ko'olaloa area. Great to see Wahiawa District Park on there. But do we think the city will continue down this path?
So there's a couple things associated with the shelter. So I think largely the city facilities are not very well suited for retrofits and sheltering. The parks facilities tend to be kind of limited in terms of number of rooms that we have. And also they're usually large gymnasiums, right? So they tend to have large roof spans that are vulnerable to high winds. So, whether or not those are going to be cost effective or not, that we want to validate that through these assessments. And if it turns out to be cost effective and a viable option, for sure we'll continue to pursue. But, we are going to continue to work with the state to explore state facilities. And also, just buildings of opportunity as new facilities are built, that we consider other uses for those facilities aside from whatever the primary use might be in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I should have said mahalo to CCSR earlier, but mahalo for working on this. I think it's vitally important. Understanding that sometimes we're filling the gaps, and I know the timeline isn't always as quick as we want it to be with the DOE facilities. And at the end of the day, I think we want to make sure that our community is going to be as safe as possible, right? So really appreciate it. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for DEM? Okay. Director, I have one, maybe two questions. I know one of the items is for $100,000 to procure a new mass notification system. Is that in concert with our Honolulu 311 or anything like that?
So it's a little bit different. So Honolulu 311 is more of a information collection tool for the public to report information into the city. So this will be an outgoing message to the public. So right now what we use for that is a system called H&L Info. And we have push notification through a mobile app, and also text message and emails that go out. So what we're proposing to do is to procure a commercial solution and take some of that burden off of DIT. I know they have a number of initiatives that they're working on, quite capable, but we just have so many demands of them that it would be much more efficient for us to pursue a commercial solution in this instance.
Okay, and so have you already procured, or have you already found a few contracts to go through the procurement process?
Not yet, because we don't have the funding, but we have been in discussion with other jurisdictions that are using similar systems. So our sister counties have commercial systems that they use. So we've been in conversation with them and spoken to several vendors regarding some products that they offer.
Thank you. And what is the plan, let's say if our phones and our electricity are all not working, how are we going to be getting such messages in times of disasters?
That's a great question, and we do emphasize preparedness messaging to our communities. So, in anticipation of potential impacts that from hurricanes or whatever else it may be, there's a number of things that can impact us, and you can't just rely on one system to receive information. So, of course, we do encourage people to sign up for our mobile alerts, but to also have battery-operated devices, AM/FM radio, for instance. Those will be some of the last things to go. TV might be out, but if you got a battery-operated radio, we have mechanisms to get information out to the public. And also, of course, we emphasize the importance of community networking and just having relationships with your neighbors so that there's kind of word-of-mouth communications that can happen. But just really building on our networks with our community partners to use multiple modes. If there's a way for us to get messaging out to certain sectors of the community, let's just say through amateur radio or ham radio operators, then we may be able to relay messages to the community just by having relationships out there. So definitely some level of personal responsibility, but just ensuring that we get the word out to the community in terms of what they might be able to expect and how they should prepare themselves. Thank you.
And I know I referred to you earlier when I was talking to our medical examiner about capacity and planning for catastrophes. Of course, you're coordinating with everyone from federal to our communities to schools to ensuring we have a plan. But is the plan constantly being revamped or relooked at based off of, I don't know, all different factors?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So I kind of wanted to jump in when Dr. Kobayashi was up here, but he was being a little bit modest. He actually did a significant amount of work in a mass fatality planning. So not just on the facility capacity side of things, but just creating operational plans, where he might get additional support for human resources to do the work that he needs to do, because it is going to be significant. It's an important part of emergency response. So he did work with us. We provided some Homeland Security grants to his office to do the mass fatality planning. But just in regards to how we operate, every time there's an emergency or any kind of incident, we do what's called an after-action report. And we capture corrective actions from those and to see what worked well, what didn't work so well, what are the things that we can build on from our strengths, but what are the things that we need to address? So we actually have a dynamic database that we keep track of. And there are certain things that are within DEM's control, but of course, it doesn't matter how, if we're the best emergency management agency in the world, our work is really dependent on all of our partners. So not only the first responders, but all the city departments that we work with. So we do the best we can to relay those corrective actions to the departments. And a lot of times, it's not those departments' primary functions to deal with disasters, right? So there's some challenges with bandwidth and things like that, but we try to make it as easy as possible for the departments. And things that are really high impact, we definitely make sure we put some resources and time towards addressing. So to answer your question, our plans are constantly being updated.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, moving forward, we have our Emergency Services Department. We have EMS and then Ocean Safety as well. And then with us, oh yeah. Also, the departmental communications is, I don't know. It is Departmental Communications 126, 2023. Dr. Ireland, if you do want to just start, we do have the presentations before us too.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. While we set this up, I just want to thank you for all of your meetings that we've met with in the last few weeks and even in the last year to discuss the needs of your communities as well as the needs of our department. With me today is the Deputy Director, Ian Santee, as well as the Chief of Ocean Safety, John Titchen, the Acting Chief of EMS, Spencer Yamamoto, as well as some of the other assistant chiefs from our department. While we set this up, I just really want to thank and acknowledge all the men and women of our department. We have Ocean Safety doing tens of thousands of preventative actions every year to keep people safe, heroic ocean rescues that we see on the news. Our EMS division, record-setting calls now post-COVID. They led the way as first responders in the medical response to COVID. Our health services branch, which does all the occupational medicine for the city, as well as was key in getting some of our COVID supplies out. And then our newly formed community medicine branch with the core services helping the most vulnerable of our community, the houseless. You all set? Okay. So we'll start here just with a kind of an overview highlight. We do have a 17.6% increase in this budget compared to 2023. In administration, which CORE is a part of, that was a 38.9% increase. EMS, a 20% increase. Health services, a 34.6% increase. And in ocean safety, a 9.3% increase. Next slide. For the administration, you can see the budget, which again includes CORE and all the administrative services for the whole department. Budgetary increase of $1.3 million or about 39%. EMS $6.4 million or about 20%. Health services $325,000, approximately 35%. And in ocean safety $1.8 million or approximately 9.3%. That's how we got that breakdown. Next slide. This is just an overview of where our budget is going as far as percentages, and similar to the previous year. Next slide. This is for the department. Again, the department does the administrative functions for a lot of the different divisions and branches we have, as well as the core program. We have a $770,000 increase in salaries and a approximately $550,000 increase in current expense for an overall increase of $1.3 million or 39%. Next slide. In the Emergency Medical Services Division, you can see a salaries increase of $3.1 million or about 12%. Current expense, $121,000 or 1.9%. And then a increase in equipment of $3.2 million for an overall increase of about 20%. In the Health Services branch, next slide, we have approximately $288,000 increase in salaries or a change in 39%. Current expense, $37,000 or 17.4% for a total of $325,000 or about 35%. The Ocean Safety Division, we have a increase in salaries in $1.8 million, or approximately 10%, current expense of $44,000, or 3.8%, and a decrease in the equipment costs of $19,000, or 1.9%, for a total overall increase of 9.3%. These are our vacant positions as of and this is again in the department, which is again core and the administration. Vacant positions as of 2/23 is 9. But however, we plan to fill all those, and we've actually made offers to a number of people, and so those should all be filled by July 1st. As far as uniform positions in Ocean Safety and EMS, we have 43 vacant positions, and of those 31 should be filled by July 1st, and 12 in the following fiscal year. And again, that's a somewhat moving target because we do have academies every year, or recruit classes in both EMS and Ocean Safety. And then, of course, people leave the department for various reasons: retirement, transfers within the city, and also moving to the private sector. This is a summary of our department revenue. We do charge when people want ambulance report forms for their records, whether it's a traffic accident or other issues where they need a copy of their medical record, and the fee is set by administrative rule, I believe, and we get about $2,200 for that every year. Recovery from state emergency ambulance services last year was, this is money that the state gives the city to run the ambulance service. Remember, prior to this, we were completely state funded. Last year, they gave us $12 million. In FY24, it'll be just under $8 million, for a difference of about $4.4 million less. Revenue from billing, it's estimated that in fiscal year 23, we'll get about $33 million and $36 million in FY24. We also provide lifeguarding services at State Beach, where we are reimbursed last year at $1.2 million, and this year approximately $1.3 million. So overall reimbursement is about $45,254,499 for a net change of about $3.8 million. Next slide. For our capital budget, we have 3 major projects. One is a land and building acquisition in Kalihi for HESD administration, as well as a Kalihi ambulance station, which would be new. We have a proposed joint EMS Kaka'ako facility for a new EMS unit, as well as a District 1 headquarters for Ocean Safety in Kaka'ako. And then number 3, ongoing or new construction at the Kailua Ocean Safety Rescue Station, just near the boat ramp. Also in the capital budget is 4 new ocean safety trucks, as well as 2 cars for EMS. So that's our summary. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Dr. Ireland. Members, are there any questions? Vice Chair Wire, then Councilmember Ki'aina, or Council Vice Chair Ki'aina.
Thank you, Chair. And mahalo, Director. First, I wanted to ask a few questions about CORE. And so we saw in administration's presentation earlier that they anticipate expanding CORE. Can you just talk a little bit more about what that looks like in terms of geographically?
Sure.
Yeah.
And CORE, although we do now have proposed city funding for CORE positions, additional CORE positions, currently CORE is mostly funded federally by FRF funds and also some congressionally directed funds. We've started in Chinatown, we've moved into Waikiki and are slowly trying to move into Kaimuki. We've done some targeted assistance in Waianae, Kailua, as well as Central Oahu, but I think we all recognize the need is everywhere. And I think in the upcoming year, we are going to try to expand with a 3rd active CORE team, ambulance team in the day, as well as the other geographic hotspots, which I would, which desperately need attention. What I've learned in doing this now for a year and a half or so with the CORE team is every geographic region has different population of people, where they're from, what their needs are, and what they need for them to be successful. And what I mean by that is the community that we found in Waikiki and Chinatown. Many of them aren't from here. They don't have family support here. There's a higher incidence of drug abuse and mental illness. Not that those aren't everywhere else, but the places I visited, for instance, in Waianae, a lot of those folks were born and raised in that area. And the solution for them, whether it's jobs or financial or addiction services, whatever, probably would be best served in that community, because folks who've lived their whole life in other parts of the island aren't going to want to come to respite or shelter in some other community. They want to stay. So I think as we move forward, we really need to look at solutions for not necessarily for each council district, but each part of the island that has a unique challenge for what the folks there are going through. And I think the key to our success is to continue to focus on increasing shelter space, emergency transitional housing, and partnering more so with the state to leverage what they're doing and us in collaboration for our success.
No, I appreciate that. That's great to hear and useful as we come up on the presentations for community services, Department of Land Management, understanding the gaps that you see, right, as we expand out services across Oahu and needing those additional locations and services, right? So really appreciate that insight. I was curious, in terms of the vacancies you folks have, do you know and I didn't see it in here, but I might have missed it, the breakdown between OSHA. So you said the 43 was ocean safety and EMS together, not the admin folks. Does that include health services, or no, they're in the admin? Okay, 9 before, that's right. So do you know what the breakdown is between EMS and ocean safety for those 43?
He can give it to you. And again, it is a moving target, because I would say just a very generalized statement is ocean safety generally fills their vacancy quite rapidly and has probably one of the lowest vacancy rates. Well, for sure the lowest vacancy rate in our department. Our department as a whole has the third lowest vacancy rate in the entire city. But I think Ian here can give you the exact breakdown by position number.
Okay.
Again, Deputy Director Ian Santi, Emergency Services Department, for the record. Again, in our administrative, so in EMS, would you like it broken down by uniformed, or would you like it broken down by uniform versus administrative by division?
Whatever's easiest for you to pull.
So if you're specifically talking about uniform, Ocean Safety as of today has 16 water safety officer positions, and that's like as Dr. Island addressed, it's a moving target because all the paperwork is in, all the positions. Ocean Safety had done a recruitment, they did a hiring, they did the processing, but we haven't done that. And to my understanding, after talking to Chief Titchen this morning, they have 4 vacancies.
4 vacancies.
So on the record, there is 16 uniform, but this morning there is only 4. For EMS, we have 31 in the uniform, and they're in process of a couple of them being hired still. And as Dr. Island pointed out, we are anticipating to start a recruit class of 48 on July 1st.
Awesome.
In the administrative, those 9 positions, they were split between EMS, our administration, and health services, and those 9 are all anticipated to be filled in the next 2 weeks or so, or yeah, given that.
Okay.
Any other question, council member?
So when you said the vacancy rate tends to be low, sometimes folks transition out. Where do they? Well, what can you just maybe overlay or lay out the overall process, and maybe even where folks tend to go after they leave, or
sure,
if there's any trends you've seen.
So last year, we, in the budget, added line item 1125, which covered, this is last year's budget, which we've carried over into this year's budget, contract monies. And that money will fund, depending if they're full-time or part-time, somewhere around 35 to 37 Water Safety Officer 1 positions. But long-term, although we could keep the contract year after year, the goal is then for folks to come in at in a contract, the entry level, but transition over to civil service positions. The other thing we did last year is we funded, I think it was something around 16 or 18 new contracted ocean safety positions, WSO1 positions with federal ARPA money, FRF money. So the idea then is to bring folks in with contract money and then transition them over to civil service if they want to make ocean safety their career, because I think ultimately everybody who works at the city wants to have a civil service position. So in this year's budget, in addition to keeping the 37 contract positions and the FRF funding, we're also asking for 14 new civil service WSO2 positions for people to, so we can grow the department as we try to meet the ordinance from 3 years ago or 4 years ago for the extended hours.
Can you walk me through that again? So that you're moving, it sounds like, some of the contract positions into full-time. Am I understanding that correctly?
So just very roughly, 10 to 12, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, people leave ocean safety every year. And that's with retirements, moving to other departments within the city, such as the fire department or EMS, or going to the private sector. So those vacancies open up within the division. Once those vacancies open up, if someone is in a contract position, they can competitively interview and compete for one of those civil service positions. So the civil service positions are generally filled by people who are already at the city working as a lifeguard in a contract. But in addition to filling those vacancies from the contract positions, we're also asking for 14 additional civil service lifeguard positions, and with the thought that folks from the contracted positions will move over to those civil service. But then because we're not taking that line item out of the budget, then we can bring in recruit classes of brand new people into those contracted positions.
Okay. So when I look over here, current services, there's 34, and I'm on page B69. Can you walk me through how those numbers play out?
I want to make sure we're on the right page.
Yeah.
So you're talking about where we start at, you want to start from the top, council member?
Yeah. Yep. And we can just look at the FTEs.
So FTEs, permanent FTEs in FY22, there were 235. In this current year, there's 239, then 239, and we're going to the budget issues of additional 14 civil servant position, which makes it 253. Then there are no temporary positions, and then the contracts back in 22 was 3, appropriated for 23 was 44. It was brought down to our current services of 34, and our total is 287 requesting as of this fiscal year.
Okay. So if we just looked at the numbers, one large number of staff,
287 full-time positions.
Yeah.
Plus the FRF.
Plus FRF is not included. So FRF is not included in the budget requests.
Okay. So this includes the contract staff, but not FRF?
Correct.
Okay. So the FRF is going to be funding additional
positions, yes.
How many positions?
Right now, so today, this instant, we have 18 approved positions under FRF funding. We're requesting to submit, continue on that on top of this.
Okay. Now, in terms of FTE for ocean safety, I know you folks are rolling out, and I don't know if Chief Titchen can answer some of this better too, but in terms of the need for fulfilling the 410 program, I guess as close as we're getting to dawn to dusk right now with potential overtime, how many lifeguards would be needed?
Sure. And just for reference, in FY14, ocean safety had 194 positions. So in the 10 years, we've gone nearly 100 positions more. Last year, based on what we had discussed at the division level, felt that we needed about 48 new positions to get to extended hours. We had also talked about if we want to open, every new tower we want to open, that's another 7 positions per tower, and potentially every new rescue ski we want to open is another 7 positions. And I think our internal, long-term plan is to open up 4 more rescue skis, 1 for each district, and 4 new towers sequentially. Now, even if you put 100 people into the budget overnight, you can't recruit and train people that fast. However, I've continually been impressed with the Ocean Safety Training Division for getting these recruit classes in. They have a high pass rate. We have 24 of our ocean safety lifeguards now in an EMT class, so they're increasing their medical knowledge. So they're definitely a division on the move, and I think we're close. And Chief Titchen, why don't you come up and you can kind of add on to this, but I think we're close this year to getting to the 410s. And just for reference, the communications, Hanauma Bay, and all the mobile responders and lieutenants and captains have moved to 410s, but we still need to do the other 4 operational districts.
Thank you, Director Ireland. John Titchen, Chief of Ocean Safety for the city. Thank you, council members, for your support. Thank the administration for their support, as well for our lifeguards on the island of Oahu. I just want to say, I was listening this morning with some of my fellow lifeguards with interest to the conversation about the budget writ large. And one thing that I want to reiterate is that there is a strategic plan for the dawn to dusk or extended hours program at Ocean Safety. We spent a lot of time deliberating on how many positions would be required and what steps would be necessary. And this strategic plan was briefed by this administration to the Public Safety Committee of this body last year. And so the numbers that we're using are not plucked out of thin air. So I just want to reiterate, there is a strategic plan that we have briefed, and we're very encouraged to continue that momentum. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions.
Yeah, so how many full-time positions would we need to fill all of the fully staffed, both the current towers and then the soon-to-be towers, and then any gaps in jet ski patrol to accommodate the strategic plan? And then maybe you could outline the steps that are going to be happening to get there.
Sure. And I'd like to offer as well that my comments may not necessarily reflect the position of the administration, but I feel very confident that we could bring in 30 full-time positions in this fiscal year, in the FY24 year, which is what we asked for with the department's support of the administration beginning in December. And I say that for several reasons, because we're bringing in a recruit class in a couple of months, or 6 weeks, of 20. We have 20 viable candidates that will come into our service. We're steadily growing. We articulated all along that for 410s, which is an extended hours program for the island, just very quickly, our core hours are 9 to 5:30, generally speaking. What we'd like to do is increase our hours from 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. That's not dawn to dusk. It's dawn to dusk close in winter months, but it's not dawn to dusk. So this would be phase 2, to put all 41 of our towers on a longer work schedule. We've already done that for mobile units. That was our first phase. So our second phase would be to put all 41 of our towers on that same schedule. We deploy 65 units a day, 24 mobile units, and we have 41 towers. Generally speaking, our staffing model is to have 2 per unit. Some towers have 3, some have 1, some mobile units have 1, but generally speaking, we're looking for 2. We've arrived at a staffing model based on the hours that an employee will work for 5. So we need 5 positions for every 2-person unit, if you will. So simple math tells us that we're looking at about 325 total water safety officers in order to successfully achieve an extended hours program for the city. We're very close, and we're very excited. What we'd like to really do is push this momentum forward, because we know the community is expecting it. Our guards on the beach interact with the general public daily. We know our service is critical. And so we're very close. We'd like to take advantage of that opportunity, and we're in a very good place. We brought in a lot of contract positions the last several years. We have asked for civil service positions for 3 years running, and we're very hopeful that we'll receive some in the FY24 year. And again, I reiterate, I believe we can bring in 30.
I appreciate that. Well, what's the estimated cost per lifeguard, including fringe and salary?
Yeah, so salary is roughly $50,000. So we're budgeted appropriately to grow at a point, I think, next fiscal year where we could try to achieve some part of the island on an extended hours program. What we'd really like to do is do the whole island. And so roughly speaking, I think you're looking at an investment of another $1.5 million into our proposed budget for fiscal year 24. And again, there's been a lot of talk on our contract funding. We're very, very excited, very thankful and appreciative to this administration for Object Code 1125, our contract services. That was restored, and that gives us flexibility to bring in our personnel, train them, and as Director Ireland alluded to, quickly get them into service. So hopefully that answered the question.
No, it totally does. And maybe could you just share a little bit about hiring practices or a little bit more about the folks you're bringing on, if there's any demographics?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting, council members, ocean safety has a very good retention rate. We have very little attrition. Director Ireland alluded to our low number. We lose on average 6 to 8 personnel per year, generally speaking to the fire department, but also members who move back to the continent or they're moving into some other kind of service. We had 2 resignations this winter, both from our North Shore crew, and one of them already wants to come back. So we lose very few people. Our recruitments are now well known to be late in the summer, August timeframe. We target recent high school graduates, must be 18, have a driver's license and a high school diploma, as well as the appropriate certifications. But we also do a tryout in January or early February. Because we know that a lot of folks are transitioning into something else. They may want to serve their community and get into public safety. So our tryouts are very, very successful. We had 150 2 years ago in the height of the pandemic for 15 positions. We don't have a shortage of interested lifeguards for the city and county of Honolulu. I like to say we have a shortage of positions, but we are rapidly growing. We have tremendous support from this administration, from this council, and from the community. So generally speaking, our recruitments track the number of folks who want to get into this line of work. We have more applicants than positions. We end up doing a skills test. We are able to identify the best water women and water men to bring in to our ranks. And then our recruit class is 5 weeks, actually 6 with an additional week for some specific equipment training that we're now doing. So 6 weeks of training, and we bring them in and they're able to work immediately on the beach. They are EMRs, they're emergency medical responder, not EMTs. But Director Ireland mentioned a program that we're very proud of right now, partnering with KCC. We have 24 current employees who are going through EMT training. So overall, we're really moving in the right direction. And again, I feel we're very close. Lastly, if we look at the extended hours program in phases, the first phase was to establish some mobile responders who are responding to 911 calls before 9 in the morning and after 5:30 at night. Next will be our towers. I would love to do that this summer. I'd really love to do that. I think our personnel would love to do that. And then our third phase would be to carefully study what we've done and request appropriate numbers, probably very few positions, to supplement some rescue teams that mirror what the fire department does with rescue teams. So I guess the good news is we wouldn't be asking for many more positions after this, if any.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. That's extremely helpful. And just to kind of walk through, because we have all of our great first responders, they represent all the different departments. But then I do think it's interesting that, you know, ocean safety, so you folks are the only ones on the jet skis, is that correct?
Yes, the fire department discontinued its jet ski program.
Okay, and I would say, is that in part because of, you know, just all the, I mean, there's some safety issues that came up, I know that, we don't have to dive into all of that, but it is specialized in risky to some degree, is that correct?
I think there are a variety of reasons, and I wouldn't want to speak for the fire department, but in our conversations with the fire department, because we're assuming that responsibility, or we've assumed that that responsibility for the maritime domain, I think I could safely say that they had a number of reasons that they wanted to shift it to us. And I hope I say this humbly, but we're the very best in the world at providing this nearshore rescue service. And so it makes sense to grow it in ocean safety. And so that's really what has occurred.
Okay, I appreciate that. Of course, being appreciative of all of our our first responders for our city. Appreciate all that you do, and those are all the questions I have. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Director, Deputy Director. Mahalo.
Thank you. We will have Vice Chair Kiaina, then Councilmember Okimoto, then Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aloha. First, Director, maybe I did have some question regarding ocean safety, but I'll save that for after. Mine actually is just a big picture question. And I know I'm going to ask HPD it as well, but, you know, we have 911 emergency dispatchers at HPD, and there's a legislation going through the state legislature having them defined as first responders. You, more than anyone, are used to dealing with all kinds of first responders, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are. There seems to be split. HPD supports it, and our Human Resources Department does not. And I just want to make sure that these hardworking individuals are given their due. With the kuleana that they have, there's not people who take calls. They very much act as first responders and have to calm people down, and very often it can be a matter of life and death for that person or family on the other end of the line. Do you believe that emergency dispatchers should be considered first responders?
Well, if any of you haven't been to the JTMC, let me know and we can arrange a tour. But we have a very nice building right down the street with police, fire, EMS, and ocean safety all in the same room doing emergency 911 dispatch. And they are the first responders. And I'll speak for ocean safety and EMS because that's our department. But they, on the EMS side, they have what's called ProQA. It's a nationally recognized program where they can help you deliver a baby on the phone. They can teach people on the phone how to initiate CPR, how to control bleeding. And so they actually start life-saving advice before anybody arrives at the house or the business or wherever the event is. And ocean safety, I never realized how many, I don't know if it's hundreds, but surf breaks and shore breaks and names of just everything around the island. And when someone calls in and they say, well, I'm by this big pine tree, or I'm by this place, and it's okay, it's log cabins, or it's marijuanas, or it's, tumbleland. And so they are key in getting that initial emergency response to the victims or the patients, as well as advice to save them. So from our standpoint, they are the first responders. EMS has a bill before the Senate now, 1572, that would give them their own bargaining unit. Ocean safety now, the lifeguards have their own bargaining unit. And I think, police have their own bargaining unit. The fire department has their own bargaining unit. And, I personally do support a bargaining unit for our paramedics, just as I supported a exclusive bargaining unit for our ocean safety lifeguards in the past.
Thank you for that. And now, when HPD comes up, I know that they support it, but I just want to see what we can do to kokoa that effort. It's a shame. We all have to be in it together. This shouldn't be about money. It should be about whether what someone does is valued, right, by the city. And so anyway, thank you so much. On the ocean safety front, can I just ask the chief, I know I've talked with your team with regard to a lifeguard stand at Kalama Beach Park in Kailua. Is that in the budget this year?
No, ma'am, it is not. And Director Ireland alluded to growing the division with respect to locations where we would like to put a tower. The data that we have shows it's warranted.
It's warranted. And what is the dollar amount with regard to the stand as well as the resources necessary? Is that $750,000?
Somewhere between $600,000 and $750,000. That's correct. That's for a new tower, all the equipment, ATV, and the positions necessary to open it on extended hours.
Okay, thank you.
And that's true no matter where we put a new service.
Thank you. I know there's increased traffic there because of all of the other beaches being inundated, and there's also safety concerns. So first of all, just keep up the good work. Looking forward to having your base yard in Kailua stood up to help all of you. And I'm looking forward to have a lifeguard stand stood up at Kalama Beach Park in Kailua.
Thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Okimoto, then Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Director Ireland. Hi. Could you clarify, I know Councilmember Wire asked about the positions and vacancies. I don't know if I clearly understood, of these positions, how many of them are currently vacant and how many are you asking? Are these new positions for EMS? I know we talked about ocean safety a lot, but for the emergency medical services.
For EMS, we are asking for 14 new positions.
That's what's on here.
For EMS.
Okay.
12 would be for paramedics, and 2 would be for automotive support staff.
And how many, because currently I know that there is a vacancy issue. So you're asking for 14 on top of the current vacancies that you have right now.
Correct.
And currently is that the 43 or is that something different?
What's EMS vacancies? 31.
31. And I know you talked about the 48 that you're hoping to do in this class.
Yeah.
But that's not set. So you're
July 1st is anticipated start date for the recruit class with 48 authorized positions.
Director Ireland, sorry, can I just really quickly, Chair, may I point you to the Committee on Budget so I can have quorum? Thank you. Okay, please continue. I just had to get quorum. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay.
So clarifying, you're asking for 14 new positions. You currently have 31 vacancies, and you anticipate the class starting in July to have 41 slots open.
48.
48 slots, I'm sorry. 48 slots. I guess my question is, when we're having difficulty with 31 vacancies and you're asking for more, and this is something I've asked across the board, I think one of my concerns is when I see departments coming to us asking us for more positions when the vacancies that are already there aren't being filled. I do pause and question the reasoning behind that. And I understand that you're saying that the class has 48 slots, but we don't know, when does enrollment start? Do we know how many people are applying?
Well, number one, we are sensitive to what you're saying, and it's fair. And that's why we didn't ask for any positions last year, because we felt that with our vacancy rate, that it would not be appropriate to ask for more positions because we'd want to fill those vacancies. This 48 people is our own recruit class through civil service. So they will start as EMS employees, but we still continue to hire people who graduate from KCC through what we call the civilian EMT class, as well as recruitment from anybody who's on the mainland. And another new program we've started is we are liaisoning with the Army and the Marines and the Navy to look at people who are Army medics or corpsmen who are getting out of the service but want to stay in Hawaii, or they have ties to Hawaii, and a bridge program how to bring them into our department to further supplement our ranks. Because we on the EMS side want to be the same as we are on the ocean safety side with single-digit vacancies.
And these are EMT recruits, but not paramedics, or?
Correct. So once people become an EMT, they work from anywhere from 1 to 3 years generally to get experience, and then they go to a 1-year paramedic school. So if somebody today said, I want to be a paramedic, in 2 to 3 years they could potentially be a paramedic. But maybe as long as 4 or 5, depending on how much work experience they felt comfortable with getting before they went to paramedic school.
Okay. And I know when we met in my office, the one thing that I had talked about was something that I've seen with your interviews, that you said the morale is down. It's not just in your department, but the vacancies are hard to fill because of personal issues or the style of the job. And I did ask back then if you could provide me with some statistics, because my concern was if these vacancies, it's not like when I was a teacher, I could get a substitute teacher to fill my position for that day or that week. When there are vacancies for that day and you can't fill it, what happens with the services that are being provided? And I did ask prior to this meeting to have some kind of statistics, because I wanted to know how many times we're losing services in our communities, how many times are the ambulances not able to go out because because there are so many pukas with these vacancies. Do you have that information, or is there a way that I could get them from you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think one of the things just with EMS in general is it's very hard. It requires a lot of education. It's an extremely stressful job. People deal with very sad situations that take a toll on people. We're all human beings. So not everybody can do EMS. So that's one thing. I think the other thing is we've had record-breaking call volume. Pre-COVID, we were looking at about 100,000 calls a year. Now it's up around 120,000 calls a year. So the stress we're putting each paramedic under, each EMT, each ambulance is more. And the more calls they run in a shift, it's just hard. And so I think these new positions will potentially allow us to open up 2 additional 12-hour ambulances, and that will help offload the call volume kind of for everybody else who's working. So the other thing we've done to augment the EMS response is we do have a backup contract. It's been in place for 10 years or more with AMR, the private ambulance service, and we've increased their backup from 1 12-hour ambulance a day to 3 12-hour ambulances a day. So
Where is that? You said I'm sorry.
AMR, the private ambulance company, American Medical Response. So they're providing us on most days when their staffing is adequate, 3 12-hour peak time ambulances a day. And we also have generally two core ambulances on every day, assisting with the homeless 911 calls that are minor in nature, not life-threatening emergencies, but things like wounds or minor psychiatric problems. So we have 5 additional ambulances on most days, helping to cover just the surging 911 calls, because while we saw a dip during COVID when there were no tourists here and everybody was staying home, we have found now that the tourists are back. We have an aging population. We have some people who haven't gotten medical care in 2 or 3 years because of COVID. And also more people are recreating, which is a good thing, but they're going up into the mountains. There was a rescue right before I came here today in Kaneohe. More people are spending time in the ocean. And so just the calls for service are much, much higher.
Well, definitely, and thank you for sharing. The public safety is again, paramount in all of our communities. Really quick, did I hear you earlier say that, so on most calls or most often, you guys are the first ones to get to a victim or someone who in need? I'm trying to figure out how you do that when you're short, and I know that there are cases where you can't get out there. Did I hear that correctly, or did I hear?
No, I think it just depends on where the call comes. If a call is minor in nature, dispatch may just send an ambulance without lights and sirens, and nobody else will go, just the ambulance. If a call is critical in nature, then we also ask the Honolulu Fire Department to go, sometimes the police department to go with us. If it's on the beach, we actually ask Ocean Safety to co-respond, because Ocean Safety and the Honolulu Fire Department and some police units carry AEDs, defibrillators. Fire and Ocean Safety carry oxygen. And so they can often get to someone quicker than EMS, even if we have every single ambulance open. So we do co-respond on a number of calls with other agencies.
Thank you. And I hope that you understand that the reason for the questions is because we're here trying to figure out as a body what we can do to meet the needs of our communities. And this is definitely an area where we know it's the value of life. And so whatever we can do, I'm trying to understand the situation. And I have been asking a lot about the vacancies in every department. So thank you for being open. I look forward to, can you give me a timeline of when I could get, I'm a stats person, when I could get the numbers that I asked for previously?
I think we can get that this week to you.
Okay, thank you, Director.
And come for a ride along.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, and then, yes, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Okay. Thank you. I'll start with some specific questions and get into more broad ones. Could you explain the 9 additional contract FTEs in the administration division?
These are for core. So the core personnel, the 30-plus people we have in core right now, are all funded through federally funded contracts. And if we want core to stay, we want to slowly transition them to city-funded civil service positions. So that's the start of that process.
Great. Well, I definitely want core to stay. The other thing is in the CIP budget, there's $5.6 million for land for the Kalihi, station. Is this for acquisition? Who are we buying this property from?
Right now, we're looking at the Blood Bank of Hawaii building. I believe they're moving to Kapolei, and they have another facility on Yonge Street. And we would have some of our administrative services there, and we would get out of an area that we're currently renting or partially get out of an area that we're currently renting, as well as one of the new ambulances we want to put into service is in the Kalihi area, and we could potentially base that ambulance at that facility.
Okay, great. And then for both the Kaka'ako and Kalihi stations, could you just briefly talk about how this would improve response times throughout the urban core?
Well, right now in Kalihi, we do have an ambulance based out of Kuakini Hospital and one based at the airport. So having one kind of right in the middle, and for those of you who aren't familiar with the blood bank, it's really close to OCCC on Dillingham Boulevard. And so that would kind of split the difference between those two areas. And then we also would like to put an ambulance in Kaka'ako. We do have a number of metropolitan ambulance units, one in Waikiki, two in the McCully area, and then one based out of Queens Hospital as well as Kuakini Hospital. But having one in Kaka'ako Kaka'ako is a growing community, clearly, and having it right there, as well as to be able to back up the Waikiki unit. The Waikiki unit is at the Kapahulu HFD Fire Station 7, and so that's kind of on the east side of Waikiki. So having something on the west side of Waikiki would also help, basing it in Kaka'ako. Not only for response times and getting to victims, but also it reduces siren noise, because if an ambulance has to travel a shorter distance, they're not, going all the way across town with the lights and sirens. So I think there's a lot of benefit. In the last 10 years, the only new ambulance service we've added is the one that's based at the airport. We call that one Salt Lake. And part of that was because we were, state funded before, and it was a lot more complicated to put new ambulances in service. But in the past 8 years, only Salt Lake was added up until just last December, a few months ago, we did add a 12-hour unit to the Waikele area. But those two new ones in town are very much needed.
Yeah. And then going back to core, you mentioned that these are funded through federal grants. When does this federal grant money expire so we can plan for future years?
Some of the FRF money, I believe, will be expiring in 2 years. But we do now have about 9.3 million congressionally directed funds. Okay, so we do have some money in congressionally directed funds. And that has a longer, I think that's 5 or 6 years? 5 or 6 years that we have for that money. So not imminent for sure.
Great. And then without the core program, could you talk about sort of the cost savings about core's diversion efforts versus if we didn't have it, having just a plain ambulance response? I mean, could you talk about the cost savings that core's incurred over the past few years?
Sure. I mean, the homeless population, some parts of them have a disproportionate usage of 911. So whereas any one of us in this room, if we had a minor ailment, we would call our doctor, we'd go to the clinic, or we'd get somebody to drive us down. But unfortunately for the homeless population, the houseless, they just call 911 reflexively, no matter what's wrong with them. We've had probably a half a dozen individuals that call 911 over 100 times a year. That's 2 or 3 times a week. That's a $2,000 ambulance bill, approximately, another $2,000 ER bill. Most of the ERs are very, very busy. And if it's for something like a wound or a minor psychiatric problem or a gout pain, these are really much better served in a clinic setting. And so we're identifying different clinics around the island where potentially the core ambulances can take people, not just for that episode, but to help prevent future episodes, whether we get them into shelter, housing, guardianship, or foster care. So we kind of short circuit that cycle where they're just calling 911 every day for whatever ails them and getting them still getting them care, but getting them definitive care so they don't use the most expensive means of getting care. Definitely if people are having an emergency, heart attack, stroke, shortness of breath, they do need to go to an emergency room. But for these minor ailments, we're really trying to divert them out of our ERs and out of our 911 ambulances and involving the police and the fire department for when really they just need something that a clinic could do.
Okay, and then Chair, last question. On the ambulance billing and trying to recoup that funding, are you confident that we're going to be able to recoup the total amount? I think it was it $33 million?
I think, yes. And I think that's a conservative amount. I think we'll actually do better, but we'll see.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have, first up, I have to announce that Councilmember Andrea Tupola is joining us virtually. Councilmember Tupola, in accordance with HRS Section 92-3.7, please identify each person who is with you at your location.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. There is no one else with me.
Okay. For Councilmember Tupola, in accordance with the HRS, the meeting will automatically recess if we lose audio-visual contact. So if you turn off your camera, and cannot reconvene until we reestablish contact. Therefore, please announce beforehand if you will be voluntarily signing out of the meeting. With that, I would like to call on you for questions.
Thank you so much. And yes, I will be signing out after these questions. So thank you for this brief opportunity. I can assure everyone that I'm not driving and the car is actually parked. I had to go to the community just really quickly. I have a quick question for Dr. Island. Thank you so much for being here and for your service to the community. I just wanted to ask, what is the rate of turnover for EMS right now?
It's about 20 to 25 people per year.
And 20 to 25 people out of how many, just so I can gauge a percentage?
About between 250 and 300. So.
I see. And I do understand the whole lack of ambulances. I remember for years talking about this at the Ledge. We barely get new ambulances out there. So we do sympathize with the department because it's something so needed, but it definitely faces a lot of burnout. Your department faces a lot of burnout from the small amount of people that are tasked to do a great job with very few resources. So anything we can do to help. If I could please have Chief Titchens for brief questions.
Yes, ma'am. Chief Titchen here.
Hi, aloha, Chief. So really quickly, I know that Councilmember Wire asked some questions about the positioning. So it shows on our PowerPoint that you guys have a 10% increase in salaries, which equals how many positions will you be getting for this proposed budget?
I'll refer to the department for specific numbers on how many new positions, but please, Councilmember, don't forget that it does account for collective bargaining agreement increase for our salaries. So the department is telling me that's 14 new positions, and just as a reminder to the council, we have accounted for a pay raise for our water safety officers for a 4-year contract.
Thank you for adding that the salary increase is not only due to increased positions. So 14 was a number that was stated earlier by the Director of Budget and Fiscal Services. So right now, are those 14 new positions, or are they positions that are FRF converted into general fund positions?
I'm being told they're 14 new positions.
Okay, so how many positions do you have in FRF that need to be converted over?
14.
So in addition to the 14 that are new, there also needs to be a conversion of these 14.
That's correct.
When are those FRF funds going to end?
I'll defer to the department.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And again, it's not it's transitioning, right? So those 14 current positions, Ocean Safety has 54 contracts, or a little bit less now as they transition over to civil service. So in that process, the 14 new positions that are in FY24, plus the 34 to 37, 1125 contract positions, plus the additional funding of FRF money. So it would be up to Chief Titchens and staff if they're going to be converting the 14 positions that are in FRF to the civil general funded money, or to continue them on FRF funding, because again, we do have continued FRF funding for the next about a year or two more for out of the ARPA money. So it's not really a conversion; it's about what's going to be decided and where the funding for the positions will be coming from.
Understood. Conversion or transition, we can use whichever.
Yeah, okay.
We can use transition. Yeah, we'll use the word transition. That works better. Okay, so basically what you're saying is that the 14 are new and that there's a handful that need to be transitioned over, and how many are going to be transitioned this year?
That would be up to Chief Titchens and his staff on a personnel matter. So there are 14 FRF funded positions currently, as he stated, and how they decide to transition, it will be up to the process of when it's time to renew their contract or not.
When does that happen? During what part of the year?
Oh, I'm sorry. Right before the transition of the fiscal year. So all new contracts start on July 1st. So right before that, then that would be up when their transition, if they're going to be transitioned over.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking that because there are multiple departments, including the mayor and managing director's office, that are saying the transition needs to start to happen now so that they can slowly have positions come over as opposed to a bulk amount. So I was asking because there are some coming in through this budget. So are you stating that as of right now, there are none that are being transitioned?
We'll have one more time.
All right. I think I know what you're asking. So the way I see this is the 14 bodies, the people who are in those FRF contracted positions will be able to competitively compete for a civil service position, including one of the 14s that we're asking to be created in this budget. But that funding, I'm anticipating for those contracted FRF positions will still be there. And so when a recruit class comes in sometime later in the year, those new recruits will then go into those FRF funded positions. But we know FRF funding isn't going to last forever. So sometime in the next 1 to 2 years, we will need to create additional civil service positions if we want to be able to absorb all the FRF contracted folks, as well as anybody in one of the 35 to 37 line item 1125 contracted positions. So it's kind of a flow. You know, the contracted positions are entry, but the goal for, I think, everyone is to get people into civil service positions.
Okay, sorry, I just need to answer yes or no. So are there no positions being transitioned this year in the budget for OSD? Just yes or no?
No.
Right. That was my question. And so I guess maybe I'll follow up with Chief Titchens, because I do believe that having some as opposed to all start to transition would be important, especially seeing as though they have a low vacancy rate. So I would rather us talk about retaining those as opposed to hoping in the future that we have funding, seeing as though a lot of our costs are increasing. Last question for either Dr. Ireland or Director or Chief Titchens. We did put in money last year in the budget for Kahe to have a new lifeguard tower, and where are we at with that?
Thank you, Councilmember. To answer the first question about transition, that is why I state that 30 positions would be ideal for ocean safety. We can bring in these personnel. Matter of fact, we're bringing them in now. And we haven't received any new positions the last 3 fiscal years. So what we'd really like to do is grow our team to the point where we can successfully achieve an extended hours program for the community. We know that they want it. With respect to Kahe Point, that tower is long overdue. We at Ocean Safety support it. We have ordered it. I believe that we can staff it out of the existing team that we have, but we really do need to bring in civil service positions to incentivize, also to reward our personnel who are coming in. They are looking to make a career of ocean safety. As I stated before, our retention rate is extraordinary. We don't lose a lot of people. It's staggering to me. I started off as a lifeguard 20 years ago and coming back in as the chief. It's actually stunning to me, if I may, to see how many people we retain at Ocean Safety who pursue a career at this and stay with the Ocean Safety Lifeguard Services Division and serve their community. I believe the 410 schedule is ideal for the majority of our workforce. I believe they want it, and I believe it will extend the hours on the beach in the most practical way that we can. And I think we can do that at Kahe Point and have a more or less a base of operations for our rescue team that services the Ko'olina area as well. And I think our personnel say it to me, so I don't need to say it to you because I know you've heard it from them as well. So I'm very hopeful that we're gonna see that tower delivered this summer, a new tower, and we have a plan to put one in there simply because I believe it would save lives immediately.
Thank you so much for the clarity in your answer and for the follow-up. The community is going to be very excited. And I actually do look forward to putting in more positions for OSD, knowing that you guys can recruit and retain. Thank you so much, Chair. I will be logging off.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Council Chair Waters.
Thank you. Can we talk about Ordinance 19-36 first, then the ambulance, and then core? So Ordinance 19-36 was the extended hours. Are you familiar with that ordinance, Director?
I am.
Okay, what does that say?
Well, my understanding is it was a ordinance that was done prior to my tenure here, and it was to start a process and a plan to have additional lifeguard services for all our beaches. Not that it was supposed to happen overnight, but that it was a process, but we needed to plan for it. And at the time, it's also my understanding it was unfunded.
Correct. So this was 1936. So Bill 39 passed in November 2019, where the council basically asked your department, and again, this was before you got here, to come up with a plan for extended hours, right? What Chief Titchen was talking about, 410s basically, right? In a nutshell, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was the plan. That's what, and I don't know, did you do the original plan to the council? Were you here yet? Yeah, so neither one of us were here.
He wasn't the chief, perhaps.
Yeah, so I guess my point is the department prior to my arrival and then continuing now decided the best way to achieve that was with 410s. I mean, there's other models like 312s and different scheduling type models, but the plan to achieve that was the 410s. And
okay, here's my point: that this was passed in 2019, and from what I hear from your testimony today, the only lifeguard stand that has the 410s is Hanauma Bay. There's one, correct?
Well, there's more than one tower at Hanauma Bay, but that's the one district with towers that is staffed on
Doing the
that
extended
schedule,
hours, right?
as well as the all the mobile responders,
Okay.
training the captains, lieutenants, and communications.
So, okay, that's positive. But I think you said there's 41 towers
Right,
island-wide?
so there's still 4 other
41
ocean safety
towers
districts.
Island-wide?
So 37 or 38 towers are not at the 410 schedule yet.
Okay. The other thing I heard you say, or Chief Titchen, that really to be up and running with the 410s, which is the plan that was laid out back in 2019, you actually need 325 ocean safety officers, correct?
Approximately, yes, 300 to 325.
Okay, 325. Based on, I'm looking at in the budget book, page B69, you actually have 239 full-time ocean safety officers, right?
Yeah. So, correct. Plus
34
positions
contract positions, right? 34 contract positions.
that are funded by the city budget, and then
Correct.
additional approximately 18 FRF funded positions, contract.
Okay. The 18 FRF was what Deputy Director Santi said is on top of what's reported in the budget book. Yeah?
Correct.
Okay, but if you just take the 239 plus the 14 that you're asking for, plus the 34 contract positions, plus the 18 on top of that, right? You come up with 287 positions for ocean safety officers.
Correct.
So I'm just doing the general math. You take the 325 that you need, you minus the 287, you actually need 38 more positions to comply with Ordinance 19-36. You need 38 more positions, but you're only asking for 14.
Well, if we count the 18 that are FRF, we need potentially 20 more positions.
Okay.
And that's assuming that we don't or can't cover the pukas with things like overtime.
Yeah, but ultimately the goal is, so you're saying, before I go down that line, you're saying that you have the 18 at FRF plus the 20 that are coming out this summer, then you're good. You should be able to do the
We're closer.
410.
We're closer. Closer.
Ultimately, though, you want to convert these contract positions and the FRF positions to full-time FTEs, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's just
Well, no,
fair.
not the 35 to 37 contract, the line item, what is it, 1125? Those we want to leave alone because that's the entryway into the department. And it's been a way that through feedback from the division has worked very well. So those 37, we don't need, maybe not 37, but we would like to keep at least 30 of those contract positions in place year after year, but slowly grow the civil service positions, not touching those contracted positions. Because that's the
It's
entry.
kind of like a probation then. You want to see
yeah.
whether or not they work out. It's easier to get rid of somebody if they're not working out if they're contract than if they're union FTEs.
Well, I think it's more of
accurate?
it's easier to hire people. It's easier to hire people on a contract.
Okay,
and
that
then
makes
they
sense.
compete competitively with an open competitive recruitment for civil service positions.
Okay, that makes total sense. But at the same time, ultimately you're converting those 34 contract positions or the 18 FRF positions to the 14 full-time FTEs, right?
Correct, because anybody in a contracted position, unless they want to stay part-time or minimal work, ultimately, I think without, almost everybody would like a civil service position,
Yeah.
so they compete for those, yes.
But what I'm saying, I guess, right, that if you're going to be taking from the FRF and or the contract positions and putting them into the 14 that you're asking for, you're still short, right? You're still short.
Potentially, yes.
So why aren't you asking for more positions?
Well, I think, again, there's other ways to cover these with, additional contracts or even with, overtime. But I think to grow into what we want, we do ultimately need more positions. It's just a matter of, how we add them each budget year. So for each of these towers that we feel we need, the 4 additional towers, the 4 additional skis, just alone, that's right around 50 additional positions as well. But it's just how fast can we grow and what's reasonable as far as what we can afford every year.
Well, you got 4 vacancies, is from what I'm understanding from your testimony. You had almost 200 people applying for 20 jobs. And based on Ordinance 19-36, it's pretty clear where this body is. But yet you're only asking for 14 positions. And by the way, I don't mean to give you a hard time. I understand the context on which you and every other department has to operate.
Yeah.
Right? You got to go through the managing director's office and ultimately the mayor. But I made a big deal about this earlier today. The city has 2,636 vacant positions. In my mind, let's take 40 of these, give them to you. Right? It seems so common sense to me. When a lot of these 2,636 positions are vacant for over 10 years. And by the way, I'm just illustrating my point through you. I don't mean to give you a hard time, but just giving you some ammo so that when you're in the cabinet meetings, you can say, hey, Mayor, how about giving me some of this 2,636 vacant positions so that we can comply with the law?
Well, I think I'm not a lawyer, I'm a doctor, but I think we are complying with the law in that we have a plan.
You got 2 towers out of 41 towers that are having 410s. To me, that's now going on 4 years.
Well, again, I think in retrospect, at the time this was done, probably the funding should have been done at that time to make this a little easier for us downstream. But I'd be happy to take your concerns back to my boss and we'll see.
No, I agree. And maybe that's something that we as a body should think about. Deleting some of these vacant positions that have been vacant forever and give them to you. But if you're telling me you cannot handle it, that's a whole nother story, right? If you're saying that you cannot fill these positions, then why should we give them to you? But again, you just said, somebody said, there are like 200 people applying for these jobs. How many of those 200 actually could have gotten hired, but there wasn't enough room for them?
Well, in ocean safety, normally we do 2 recruit classes a year. Last year we did do 3. How many did we get total? 40. So we got 40 new people last year in the division through 3 recruit classes. So there is theoretically a maximum number of people we can bring in, train, and are successful and stay in the division. I mean, but I do think there is some wiggle room, especially if we were to add a third recruit class. But each recruit class is roughly 12 to 20 people.
So just FYI, Bill 39 was, I didn't author it, but I was the public safety chair at the time, so it's close to my heart. Okay, let's turn to ambulance now. So I'm looking at your slide deck, page 11, right? Revenue dealing with, so as of 2021, Act 208 was passed, basically transferring the funding obligation for the ambulance service from the state to the counties.
Yes.
Right? So according to slide deck 11, revenue from billing was 33 million.
Estimated.
For FY23 is estimated. So are we currently collecting that 33 million, or the state collects it and is giving it to us?
So the city has procured a billing agency. We've had to apply for our own billing, like Medicare numbers and these sort of things, to be federally compliant. And so the machinery is all in place to do our own billing. And so they should be, I believe, sending out the first bills shortly. But all that had to be procured and set up at the city level because it was done previously by the state, and we're taking over everything.
Well, I noticed on page B65 of the budget book, an additional $550,000 for third-party billing for EMS services and to support the core program.
Yes.
So you've already procured it then out of your budget. You don't need necessarily the $550,000?
Well, there's an ongoing fee. So for every person they bill, there's a fee associated with them sending a bill.
Okay, so it's estimated that we're going to get $33 million in billing for FY23, and then there's $12,404,499 for recovery from state emergency ambulance services. Is that money that the state is just giving us?
Yes.
Okay, and then right above that, $2,250. What is that?
So when someone wants an ambulance report, like a copy of their injury or whatever happened to them, there's a charge for that.
I see. Okay, so you add the 33 million plus the 12 million plus the 2,200. You're talking approximately, okay, 47 million. So we're short 3 million of the estimated 50 million that it costs. That's not as concerning as FY24, right? Because and again, this is just an estimation. Why do you estimate that we're going to collect $36 million for ambulance services in 2024?
Call volume is up by about 10%.
Based on call volume?
Yes.
But again, I mean, we're hearing stories of people largely homeless calling, they can't pay. How are we going to,
well, much of the homeless population does a lot of times have Medicaid or Medicare. It's not as much as commercial insurance pays, but you do get something.
Okay, let's say you're correct and it's actually 36 million. We're only getting just under 8 million from the state in FY24, right?
Yes.
Plus the $2,200. So again, doing the math,
it's about 44 million.
Yeah, we're still short 6 million. And then going out in the out years, right? You know, in FY25, how much money is the state going to be giving us?
3.5.
3.5. How about FY?
3.5 is perpetual.
Perpetual, okay. So we have to be able to generate, if we want to make it self-sustaining, about 46.5 million a year, right?
And some of the things we've looked at, but I think it would require some more discussion with the council, is, you know, right now we use the state-established ambulance fee.
Right.
And it's the same for resident, visitor, military. It's kind of the same across the board. But the administration, working with the council, would be able to change that rate higher or lower.
Do we have the authority to do that?
We do.
Did the legislature give us that authority?
We do.
Okay, when exactly do you want to talk about that?
I'm sorry?
When do you want to talk about it? We should be talking about that, not necessarily today, but certainly this year. right?
Yep. And the other,
Or if not last year.
the other element is we currently only bill if we take somebody to the hospital. But we do have the authority to set a rate to bill somebody who we bandage up or give medicine to that doesn't go to the hospital. And currently we don't do that billing right now, but we could. Just really conservative estimates, if we billed for people who weren't transported to the hospital, that could generate anywhere from maybe 2 to 5 million a year in revenue. And then if we significantly increase the ambulance rate, that could potentially also generate another $2 to $5 million in revenue. So I think with discussions, and if that was something the administration and the council would agree on, there's $4 to $10 million in additional revenue we could generate with some changes in the billing practices.
And I do acknowledge at the same time that the ambulance service is a service that the city is providing to the people of the island of Oahu. And just like the handy van or the bus and other city services, it's something that we as policymakers and taxpayers can fund without even generating the revenue. So I understand that, but to the extent that you can make up that gap, it makes all of our jobs a little easier. Next, let's talk about CORE. Are you able to take right now the people that you service in CORE to treatment beds? Oftentimes, I'm sure the police department will verify this, but oftentimes those that CORE is dealing with are the same people that police are dealing with. They have mental illness. They have substance abuse problems. Yeah. Rather than hauling them off to jail, do you have treatment beds available to you and your CORE to take people to?
So right now, the most challenging people to deal with in the houseless or homeless population are those with significant mental health issues or addiction issues, as you alluded to. And those beds are the hardest to get anywhere. Really,
why is that?
I think a variety of reasons. So what we're left with is the ER. We are currently taking people to our home, the homeless outreach project through JABSOM and CORE have a joint clinic. We're taking folks there. We're making arrangements potentially also to take them to the Kalihi Palama clinic in the old H4 space, the clinic in Iwalei. But that's for medical problems or minor psychiatric problems. I think the new resource center that IHS blessed and opened last week is a potential to have people admitted there. It's limited. There's only 8 beds, but I think that really will fill a gap. But more is definitely needed. Because if someone has decompensated mental illness or significant addiction issues, most shelters can't even handle that. It really, it's right now the main option is ER, and then they dispo them to a treatment center of some sort or psychiatric facility. But I think moving forward, those are some of the areas we need to address to really make a significant dent in homelessness, as well as looking at things like guardianship via a state court process for folks who really just aren't competent enough to care for themselves anymore, no matter what the setting on the street.
I agree, and that's a long, complicated process, the whole guardianship thing. But, okay, I do want to point out that the council put in $5 million of FRF funding in the budget last year for substance abuse and mental health treatment beds. So to the extent that you can access some of that money so that CORE has some place to take these people, because as you know, Sehina Malka, what used to be Staten Island Treatment Center, Ho'omaokeola, they all have bed space, right? Where you actually have a bed. It's different from a shelter. And the homeless people that I talk to in my neighborhood, and when I asked them, why are they there? Why aren't they in a shelter? They said they've been to the shelter. They don't want to go back. They'd rather live at the bus stop, right, or under the freeway than to go to a shelter. And I'm sure the CORE employees are thinking about or experience the same thing. Okay, last thing, I made a big deal about ocean safety, but your ambulance drivers are terrific, and your paramedics, I should say. But every now and then, the neighborhood board will get a person speaking anonymously that is a paramedic saying that we need more people. right? I mean, and I don't mean to give you a hard time again, but you're only asking for 14 positions. Is that because that's all you were approved by the managing director's office?
Well, I think, again, as Councilmember Okamoto referred to, is a balance between vacancies and filling requested positions. So these 14 positions, 12 positions, will allow us to open 2 additional 12-hour ambulances in the town area to reduce call volume in the town area. So I think it's a balance of what we can hire and fill versus what we need. And if we're successful in getting those vacancies filled and getting those 2 ambulances open, then I anticipate next year, just like we will for ocean safety, we'll be asking for additional positions in both divisions.
Okay, and again, just giving you a little bit of ammunition, you know, reading the mayor's executive summary, I want to quote, with respect to good public health, the mayor is committed to improving working conditions for emergency medical services and ocean safety first responders who, like other first responders, served and performed flawlessly during the long COVID pandemic and now find post-pandemic call volumes and demand for services at unsustainable levels within current program structures and staffing levels. So he's saying it's a commitment, right? And I agree with what he's saying here, 110%. So thank you for the hard work you're doing. I know you have a hard job. Don't mean to give you a hard time, but you know, I want to support you and fight for you guys. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for EMS or emergency services? Okay. I had questions, but I was ticking them off because everybody was asking my questions. So, okay. Thank you, Dr. Ireland. I don't know where we are. Next department that we have is the Honolulu Police Department. And for those online who wish to look at the departmental communications, it is Departmental Communications 152, 2023. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, aloha, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, council members, and staff. I am Deputy Chief Keith Horikawa, and I'll be presenting HPD's fiscal year 24 budget on behalf of Chief Logan, who is attending training on the mainland this week. As you know, this new administration under Chief Logan, it just made almost 9 months, and I think we're off to a pretty good start. Of course, we do face a lot of challenges to include our personnel shortages and the need to build public trust in law enforcement. In addition, Chief Logan recently published HPD's long-term plan, and our priorities include a focus on robust recruiting, creating safer communities, building community trust, improving organizational efficiency, and enhancing employee well-being. So this presentation reflects the combination of the existing efforts established under former interim Chief Vanek and now Deputy Chief Vanek, as well as Chief Logan's current priorities. Okay, next slide. Okay, sorry about that. So this slide is an overall snapshot of the FY24 budget of $352.8 million compared to $312.2 million in fiscal year 23. I'll cover some of these categories in more detail in future slides, but as you can see, the biggest dollar changes goes towards salaries with a $36.1 million or 13.4% increase from FY23. This salary increase is due primarily to the awarded SHOPO contract and reflects both the salary increases as well as retroactive pay for the ranks of lieutenant and below. Under current expense, there is a 5.7 million or 13.8% increase in mainly fuel and maintenance expenses, which I'll cover in the next slide. Okay, next slide. Lastly, we're not requesting any operating funds for equipment in FY24. The previous year's expenditure of 1.2 million went toward a new computer server and special tattoo equipment for our SWAT team. So this slide shows a breakdown in some of the major current expense categories. First are fuel costs, which are separated by the patrol category for those outlying patrol districts with substations. And secondly, under admin by elements that work out of the main police station, such as our patrol districts 1, 6, and 7, Criminal Investigation Division, and SSD. The training division is also included in this category. These increases of $222,000 and $592,000 reflect increases in the price of fuel. Fuel consumption, however, remains consistent. Okay, next slide. Okay, for significant budget issues, we're not seeking any new positions for FY24. Of course, we're focusing on fulfilling our vacancies. Next, $97,000 is being requested to replace 65 police mountain bicycles and associated protective gear for our special purpose mountain bike team. This is an on-call type of unit made up of bike-trained personnel from across the department. This unit has been instrumental in supplementing our existing dedicated bike units, especially in handling large crowd control incidents such as those that occurred during APEC in 2011 and most recently during the Kohuku windmill protests in 2019. The bikes and protective gear are over 12 years old and have long exceeded the recommended lifestyle replacement. And lastly here, $3.8 million is being requested to replace our issued pistols, which are over 10 years old. We're currently field testing several models and looking to upgrade to a system with improved optics and sighting capability. The upgrade will bring the department in line with other metropolitan police departments and federal agencies. Okay, next slide. So moving on to our personnel vacancies, I'll start first with our civilian vacant positions. We currently have 205 vacant positions out of 600 authorized, leaving us with an actual strength of 395 civilian personnel. We're currently on track to hire 17 positions this fiscal year and aiming to fill 70 positions in FY24. Although 14 civilian positions were deactivated this fiscal year, no positions are being abolished. Okay, next slide. For uniform vacancies, we are currently about 360 positions short of our authorized strength of 2,177, leaving us with an actual strength of 1,817 uniformed officers. We are on track to fill 50 positions this fiscal year and aim to fill 120 positions in FY24. Over the last year, we've increased the number of recruit classes from 4 to 6 per year. And although we are not seeing the numbers of applicants that we would like, we are taking proactive steps towards recruiting and retention, as well as shaping conditions for future recruiting. For example, we have doubled our recruiting staff to 8 personnel this year, and are in the process of implementing a cadet program, an internship program for college-level criminal justice majors, a law enforcement curriculum track for public high schools, and increased emphasis on existing programs such as our Law Enforcement Explorers program and the Citizens and Business Police Academy programs. For retention, we are looking into options such as the feasibility of bonuses similar to what Maui and Hawaii County Police Departments are doing. Okay, next slide. Next is our revenue sources. Overall, we're expecting to see about $5.3 million in revenue from HPD operations. This will be a slight decrease from last year, which we anticipate to be mainly from a decrease in the parking meter charges. And some of these categories I'll kind of quickly go over include licenses and permits. This includes firearms applications and permits and the HPD alarm permits. For services and parking, includes alarm service charges, reproduction fees for requested reports, special duty fees, and parking meter revenue. Fines and forfeits include alarm fines for violations and asset forfeiture recoveries. And miscellaneous includes contributions to the city and also sundry refunds to the department. Okay, next slide. So next is our CIP, or Capital Improvement Program budget. Our CIP program is broken down into three main portions. First is our main station, Alapai headquarters. Second, our outlying stations and facilities. And third, vehicles. Some of our structures are over 50 years old. The main station is just over 30 years old and is in need of a lot of repairs and maintenance. We do have a plan to repair, upgrade, and replace all of our facilities across Oahu. And as you can imagine, our priorities must go towards some of the older buildings that have the most need. I know there's been a lot of concern and disappointment over the incomplete Waianae station that's been in the news, and rightly so. But we are tracking the community's concerns in Waianae, as well as the concerns and needs across all 8 districts. We appreciate your patience and understanding as we work through our priorities. So for this slide, in regards to the HPD main station, we are seeking improvements to our fire alarm system, our parking structure, and second floor courtyard to include the installation of a canopy, as well as storm drain improvements to mitigate flooding issues that we have there. We're also looking to make physical security improvements to the front entrance of our station. Okay, next slide. The next CIP category pertains to our outlying stations and facilities. The first is the expansion of the Kekula Makai Police Training Academy parking lot, which is insufficient in size and capacity to meet the parking needs of recruits, our incumbent students, and academy staff, especially more so with the added number of our recruit classes that we're adding this session. We're looking at expanding the parking lot into an adjacent undeveloped property, which will add about 150 needed parking stalls. Next is the replacement of the emergency generator at the Kalihi Police Station at a cost of about $750,000 and $45,000 for facility repairs and maintenance. Okay, next slide. The final CIP category pertains to police vehicles. These are our marked fleet vehicles, which typically last about 10 years. We're looking at purchasing about 25 vehicles at a total cost of $2.1 million. Okay, next slide. And pending any questions, this concludes my portion of the brief.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Horikawa. I will just have 2 questions, and then I will kick it over to the members. First off, for the generator at the Kalihi Police Station, I know that there was planning and design, and then also maybe 4 years ago, or like in 2020, there was construction that was happening at the Makai end of the parking lot, kind of like leading underneath the police station. Is it related to that construction that occurred over the past few years?
I need to consult with my guys on that one. No. It was. The gas. Okay. Yeah. So, not totally familiar with that, but I was told that it was that construction was pertaining to the gas pumps and not necessarily the generator.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, my next question is, I know that community policing is looped within patrol, right?
Yes.
And then how do you determine, I guess, going through the budget, listening to all the police districts and their community policing teams, how much to dedicate and distribute patrol line items that will go to all the different CPTs?
Yes, so each, we have 8 CPT teams, community policing teams, each assigned to a patrol district. And so they belong to that particular patrol district. And so the funding really comes down to the determination of the commander. But to be honest, there hasn't been any issues as far as any CPTs being unfunded or underfunded. in that
Okay,
regard.
and does that also mean the programs that run out of CPTs in relation to their, with their relationships with the community, such as schools and different nonprofits that they've normally done? Because I've seen, I guess I've witnessed the different CPT programs that have been in Kalihi, like maybe from when I was small kid time to, of course, maybe around 2010, 2011, and then up to now. And of course, I know the pandemic really, or the fiscal constraints really hurt just everybody. But how do we see like these programs grow back or come back?
Are you talking about programs that were discontinued or?
Or I guess maybe have shifted either funding-wise or support-wise, and even with the amount of CPT members?
Okay, well, I can follow up to see as far as what efforts are may have lapsed or what we're looking at improving. But I can tell you to include District 5 that their efforts are fairly robust. I mean, they do a lot of everything from Say Hi programs at the schools to working with neighborhood security watches, even some community outreach, the gamut. They coordinate the Meet the Majors and Coffee with a Cop. So there's a lot of ongoing programs going on. And from my experience over the years, I really haven't seen too much of a change in that as far as stuff going away. They have expanded their programs a lot, but again, I can look into what the needs are as far as if there is any programs that may have lapsed or we could improve on.
Okay, thank you. And now I'll open up to the members. We have Vice Chair Kia Aina and then Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Aloha and good evening.
Aloha.
I wanted to talk about just your overall funding for vacancies. So you have 360 uniform vacant positions and 205 civilian, so that's 565 total, correct?
Correct.
And you currently, since you're not seeking any increase for positions, you have enough funding for that, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So I need to let you know, I was dismayed this week at a neighborhood board meeting when the community in Kailua wanted just an explanation of why more HPD officers couldn't be present because there's a lot of fights between the high school and the intermediate school. A lot of the high school kids evidently are beating up the intermediate school. And so, I'm just listening to the dialogue, very complicated, but someone from HPD told everybody, they said, how can we help you? And they said, you need to speak to the city council and to the mayor to get us more funding. And I wrote back in the chat box that it's a matter of recruitment and retention. It's not a matter of funding. And I guess I just wanted to share that with you because that's not helpful for our jobs. I get asked all the time by people, how come you're trying to defund the police? How come you don't support police? I'm one of the strongest supporters, as are my colleagues. So I just want to make sure if there's a misunderstanding by HPD officers, I think you need to clarify that it's a matter of recruitment and not funding. So I just wanted to state that because I was embarrassed. And so everyone, if I didn't say anything, everybody would have said, Councilmember Kia Aina, what are you doing, right? So I just put it in the chat box because I just figured I'd clarify.
Yeah, right. Thank you for that. And it could be a matter of miscommunication among our employees, but we'll make sure we clarify that with everybody.
Okay, thank you. And you probably heard earlier when I asked the Emergency Services Director about your 911 operators who I feel have one of the hardest jobs for the city and county of Honolulu. And all they're asking for is to be defined as first responders. And I don't know why there's problems at the legislature. They're not paying for it. The city is, right?
Yes.
So can you elaborate on whether or not, your position, do you support these first responders, these 911 emergency, personnel in getting that designation?
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember Kia Aina. Without a doubt, they're just like how Dr. Allen explained. They're before the first responders really even get involved. not just that, but they experience a lot of the same stress and emotions that the officers do. I mean, it's a tough job, and they're really part of the first responder ohana. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm looking at your breakdown. So do you currently have 21 positions?
21 positions for communications?
911 operators.
Let me verify that.
I'm looking at 16, this is for your proposed budget, 16 for operator 1, 4 for operator 2, and operator 3, 1. And I guess I'm concerned because I understand that the staff who are there, the ones who don't call in sick, who don't call in for emergency purposes or for training, they have a tough job because sometimes there are rarely anyone there to answer calls. I want to make sure that you have the necessary resources. For example, how many vacancies of 911 operators are there?
That's correct. We are, that's probably our biggest category of shortages on our civilian side. According to my hot sheet here, we're short about, looks like about 44 police communication positions, and we're trying to rectify that.
I'm getting confused. What's your total personnel for 911?
The total authorized. Yeah, we're looking that up right now.
But 44 short, and I guess I'd like to know the total amount and then what percentage of the total force is vacant.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure that you're on track to getting the necessary resources because we can't have that. So number one, I support your efforts to have them defined as first responders. I want to make sure you get all of the resources needed, and whether it's having them organize as a union, you need to do whatever is necessary to get them the proper pay scale. For the positions you're asking, the base is $38,800. The next, $44,100 and $44,800.
That's correct. Yeah, we're totally behind that. Of course, we support any kind of benefits for our important dispatchers, and I'll get that data for you. As far
Okay,
as
the overall, I just need to know, and then with regard to your budget, what is your overall budget for them? You know, it's late. I tell you what, because there's a lot here. Just know I care. I want the overall budget, the overall total of the number of employees, the vacancy, and what is going to be done to fill that. And out of, we hear from so many folks, and we're always worried about boots on the ground, and of course I'm gravely concerned about that. But if our 911 emergency operators are strained, that's not good for all of us. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you. Okay, first up, we'll have Councilmember Tulba, Committee Vice Chair Wire, and then Councilmember Tyler Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. I really, truly appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you.
How's the morale? With being short 306 police officers, it's hard to want to come to work when you know there's challenges. So it's like, how's the morale? Because I've heard we still haven't figured out the uniform contract with you guys' uniforms. So how's the morale at the department?
I think overall, Council Member, thank you for that question. My assessment is I think overall morale is doing pretty well. I think it's getting better. We have pretty good attendance rates on our watches. We have 2 pilot programs for 312, which is working pretty well. We're making good changes in the department with the new leadership with Chief Logan. Unfortunately, we did have a couple of incidents recently. We had a couple of officers get injured on duty. And, you know, we did spend a lot of time, not just at the hospital, but really with those watches as well, just to make sure that they're doing well. And you know, I can tell you just from meeting those officers and talking to the watch, that they care a lot about what's going on. They care for their fellow officers, and, you know, they work hard. And, you know, I think with that, it's kind of a reflection of the fact that with their attitude, the morale is good. You know, of course, it's always a downer when somebody gets hurt, but just the unity that we saw, you know, among the watch, and just not just the watch, but you know, among the whole department, and rallying behind those officers was pretty tremendous. So I think my assessment overall, I think our morale is pretty good.
Yeah. And you guys figured out like the uniform, because you know how like the same thing with Councilmember Kiana, you know, you get police officers say stuff like, you know, we don't even have a contract yet for our uniforms.
Well, I mean, with the uniforms, you're talking about the vendor?
Yeah.
We do have measures in place, so we're not concerned about that falling through the cracks.
Yeah. So, well, just, you know, when you hear a little bickering here and there. So I just wanted to ask that, because you also mentioned that you're considering bonuses as incentives. So have you guys decided when you guys want to do that, or is there a dollar amount that you're considering? Because, you know, I too want to support you guys and do whatever we can to get more police officers out there. It's a very noble job, and, you know, if there are people watching this, you know, encourage your family members to consider becoming a police officer.
Yeah, we're still looking into different options on that. Still analyzing. You know, we're a large department, as you know. Larger than our sister county department. So we have different impacts in that regard. But, you know, we are, you know, aware of the benefits for that, and we're looking into some of the options.
Okay, so you guys are working through some of that, and I'd love to hear what the chief's plan as far as like getting recruitment and all things that you mentioned at the beginning of your speech. So. Thank you. Appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. I know I told them back in 2021, I was like, if you can guarantee me that I would be in CPT, I would totally do it. But if I got to do all the other stuff, I don't know about that. Okay, sorry. Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Of course, mahalo, Chair. And mahalo, Deputy Chief, and everyone for your service and being here. I just wanted to walk through, seeing, I guess, 170 in total positions that we anticipate being filled by 2024 or during 24, I guess. Do we expect that 360 number to come down much, or will retirements maybe keep it about the same, or are there any projections at all in relation to that?
To be honest, I mean, it is slow. You know, I mean, the amount leaving is kind of close to what we're getting. So we're not seeing the big numbers yet. But I think the important part is that we're shaping conditions to improve that, right, through both recruiting and retention. So on the recruiting side, I kind of mentioned some of the other programs, such as the college internships, you know, the cadet program and stuff. So, you know, it's not a quick turnaround effort, but we're trying to shape conditions to really get those recruits in a few years.
Yeah, so. I think that's awesome. So are those three all up and running, the internship program, cadet program? I think cadets on the way, maybe, right?
Not yet. I mean, it's being developed. It's almost there. I mean, the concept is there.
Okay.
It's just a matter of execution.
And then would those folks come on as civilian staff before they're 21, or how would that work, or do we know yet?
So in a nutshell, the cadet program, you know, it's designed for those really interested in getting into the police academy. It's not really tied into age, but the intent is they'll be hired on. Using our existing recruit pool, so they'll be hired as what we call the rank of police officer 1, which is about $50,000 a year, and the intent is for them to, you know, get some exposure to police operations. They'll also be officially trained. So at least like concept is like about once a week they'll be pulled into the academy, go through some classes as a group, and then go back and get hands-on training in different departments. Divisions.
Wait, could say that again? So they would be coming on as a police recruit?
They'll be coming on as a police officer 1 rank.
Okay.
So they won't be of course, a police officer, but
I see.
So currently our police recruits are at the police officer 5 rank.
Okay.
So they'll be starting at a PO1.
Okay.
And so they would get paid, but again in a completely non-sworn training status.
Awesome. And what age can they start at that? Is that?
From that, as long as they're, I think, high school graduate 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Is there going to be a youth program too coming back? I think Chief had mentioned possibly, but I wasn't sure.
Sorry, what kind of program?
A youth program, like so similar to JROTC, or
yeah, we're looking at that as a concept. We also currently do have the Law Enforcement Explorers program, which is kind of like a scouting kind of a type of a program, you know, at the high school level. But we did talk about the feasibility of you know, starting up almost like a JROTC kind of program, you know, at the high school level. That could, you know, you could touch different grade levels on that.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea because we have some pretty large JRTC programs.
Yes.
And appreciate their service too, but I think a lot of those folks, given the opportunity, would probably or possibly consider going into law enforcement locally, right?
Yeah, we hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then is there any type of college payment program or degree program with officers coming in or folks coming in applying?
I think they get some kind of a college equivalent, right? I think some colleges does recognize our academy and does award certain kind of credits. I'm not sure how much that is at this point.
Okay. What about like the department paying for like associates or bachelors or anything?
Oh, sure.
Like that?
Yeah, we do have a higher education reimbursement program, which is fairly generous. That's kind of run out of our training academy as far as approval for that. And so I used to be at a prior training commander, and I remember we had a lot of folks taking advantage of that.
Awesome.
You know, so pretty good.
Is that capped or is that accessible to anyone?
It's capped, I think, as far as the amount per class.
Okay.
But I think from what I know, I think there's more than enough funds for the folks that are taking advantage of it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. And just last question, mahalo for the indulgence, Chair. I was just curious because I know in terms of bigger long-term plan, there's been discussion about where a police substation could possibly go, particularly in that gap area between Wahiawa and Kuhuku. I don't know, anywhere from, say, Wailua to maybe approaching Sunset. Mm-hmm. Do you have any knowledge or insight on that or the conversation, at least, because I know it's been brought up before, is at least a part of a long-term strategy or plan?
Right. So nothing really developed as far as on paper yet, but you know, as a concept, like you mentioned, I know Chief Logan did mention the possibility of a District 10 in the future. Because District 2 is a huge district that goes from pretty much from Mililani out, you know, out north towards Mokalia and also towards Sunset Beach area. So it's a large geographical area. So again, you know, prioritizing other needs on the way, but District 10 is a concept that we're looking at in the future.
So it sounds like you think there's a need there.
We think there's a need there, yeah.
Yeah, appreciate that, mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Vice Chair, for bringing up like the youth programs, because I know Farrington High School and some members of the community and the state senator in our area actually really wants to shore up a youth HPD program. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, that's a great comment. Okay, next up we'll go to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, then Councilmember Okimoto, and then Council Chair Waters.
Okay, thank you. The FRF funding for the Chinatown Task Force goes through the end of this calendar year.
That's correct.
Which leaves 6 months of FY 2024 without this funding. And, you know, given all the momentum that we've gotten in terms of cleaning up Chinatown and really getting there, I mean, the possibility of this expiring and this program going away is fairly unacceptable. So I don't expect an answer now, but I would like to have in the next few weeks a sense of how much it would cost to continue the program through the end of 2024. If we have to use some other funding mechanism for that, I would be happy to do that as a budget add or a proviso, because I think it's very important. So that's not quite question number one, but that's comment number one.
Okay.
In terms of questions, looking at the CIP budget, I see that you're proposing a number of improvements to the main headquarters, including drainage, construction for drainage improvements, but then also there's design for canopy improvements over the same courtyard. Have you given any thought to packaging these together? It may mean pushing one of these projects a little bit later, but it seems to me that there might be less disruption operationally and then also some cost savings if we package them.
Yeah, but I know as far as that effort, for the second floor, it's kind of tied into each other. So the station, I think most of you have been to the station. So from the second floor up, there's a courtyard that's open to the sky. It's almost like the Honolulu Hale here. There's a big open area, but it's open to the sky. And so what ends up happening is that when there's heavy rains, it's like a cup that the rain goes in, and we get flooding problems on the second floor. There's insufficient draining there, and the result has been that flooding occurs not just on the second floor, but also to the lower floors as well. So the drainage improvements are important, and we're looking at also putting that canopy to kind of cap off the top to prevent that rain from coming down. So yeah, I mean that's in a nutshell. That's what the effort is for.
So would these be done in the same project, or is this two separate bids to two separate contractors?
Currently, it's two separate ones.
Okay. And then the last one is, I see that you're proposing $60,000 to unanticipated improvements at the main headquarters and $45,000 to unanticipated conditions at other stations around the island. I mean, it seems to me that given all the headlines around the Waianae station and other things, it seems to me that the main headquarters is taking a lot of the attention here. Is that because it actually requires these, or is that I'm just trying to understand why there seems to be a disproportionate amount of focus in the main headquarters?
Yeah, as far as the figures, I'll look into how that was developed. But I can say that, yeah, there was a lot of maintenance needs at the main station.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Okimoto and then Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Assistant Chief Morikawa. I had just a couple of questions. So a few weeks ago, some of my office and I were able to visit a station in my district in Pearl City. And I will say that under those who we met there, under the direction of Major Town, the morale was pretty high. They had a lot of confidence in him. So that was good to see and good to know. I can tell that they actually care so much about the community and the public safety of our communities. One thing that I was interested in while I went there was the body cams. He showed it to me, the system. I noticed, and one of the things I circled early on was that, the zero budget request for the equipment. I'm not sure where that falls under. I know you had mentioned that last year the department asked for computer servers and then the SWAT team equipment. Mm-hmm. And then on the next page, it has computer software. There was like a jump in funding asking for about 49.2%. But I just wanted to understand the body cam system and if there's a way that we can make it more efficient. It seemed that there's some flaws in the system in downloading or uploading the footage. Mm-hmm. And we know that, unfortunately, the public, they are very judgmental based on what is shown in the media. And many times the body cams haven't been the most efficient or, I guess, the most reliable. Okay. However, it is a really good source in getting footage for when we have to assess what's happening in each situation. So I wanted to just kind of ask, what are the challenges in that area and what are ways that we can make it more efficient? Is there more software that needs to be purchased or equipment? Or what are some ways that we can update the system in that so that each station has what they need? Mm-hmm. So when the officers go out, they feel that they're in a good situation.
Right. Thank you for that question. Yeah, the body cam is important. And it's proven to be a very, very valuable tool, for the officers as well as the public as well. So first of all, as far as the sourcing of funds, that does come under CIP.
Okay.
Right. And so we've had the body cam since I believe about 2018 or so. So it's been a few years. There is, it is an older model now that a few years has passed. We are looking at an upgrade with the new systems. It's tied into our TASER contract. TASER purchases as well. But we are looking at upgrading to a better model and. Which we hope would, there is some, problems as far as like some of the battery life with some of the models. So we're hoping that this new purchase would resolve some of those issues.
Do you have an idea of a timeline for that acquisition and about an approximate budget of what that looks like?
Do you have that information?
Thank you.
Aloha, thank you. So we're currently in the process of renewing our contract or looking at contract renewal. We're working with Budget and Fiscal Services to do that. So we anticipate probably within the next year, either renewing or getting a vendor for our body-worn camera project. Just to answer your previous question as far as the technical issues that maybe officers have been plagued with. So right now we're dealing with some technical issues that we've notified our current body-worn camera vendor about, as far as being able to view the videos after officers generate the video prior to uploading it to the server, which is a remote server. Currently, the manufacturer is aware of technical issues, and that's something that's beyond our control. That's something that the manufacturer has to work through, which they're aware of and currently working through. So that'll be actually part of our request when we renew, to make sure that that issue is taken care of.
Yeah, I think that's what I noted. I was informed of this,
Right.
that when they come back, it's an uploading or down. I'm not sure if it's upload or
Yeah,
download
so
of the video. That's a
before
delay
officer-
for the next officer to come. They can't take the next one until that one's
That's
done.
correct.
Which to me is a lapse. And when I know that you guys are very often wrongfully misjudged in the public eye, but so I'm trying to help so that we can kind of eliminate that. And do you have an approximate number of what that would look like when you're looking at the updated system or this new upgrade, or with this? I'm not sure if it's the same vendor or a new vendor.
So it depends on the procurement process. If we are able to secure the same vendor, they're already aware of the problem. If it, for whatever reason, is a different vendor, then obviously that's going to be part of the specifications to make sure that officers can view their video prior to uploading. In the past, they have been able to, but right now they're not able to until it's uploaded. So what that does is, because it's a remote server and it takes a little while to upload, typically officers now are not able to view their videos prior to review or writing their reports, or when in the past they were able to do so.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Deputy
Chair.
Chief, can you just, introduce yourself and state your name? Deputy Chief Anik, sorry. I know you go away from me.
Sorry,
but
for the record.
I gotta follow
No problem.
this kind stuff. That's fine.
Sorry, for the record, I'm Deputy Chief Vanek of Honolulu Police Department, in charge of administrative operations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Council Chair Waters.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Cordero. Thank you for your presentation. So my understanding is that most of your budget request is made up of collective bargaining, including contract terms and bonuses and retro pay, right? Yeah. And I think the council had already voted on that last year, so I think that's fair. But I got a question regarding collective bargaining. If you got SHOPO on one side of the table, who's on the other side of the table? Who represents the city? Is it HPD management or HR or the mayor's office? I'm just curious.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Vanek again. So thank you for that question, Chair Waters. So basically, it's SHOPO on one side and the state and also city representatives on the other. So our DHR is there, we're there, the chiefs from all the various counties. The SHOPO, I guess it's a collaborative effort. They tell us what their requests are, and then as a department and meeting with representing the employer, we talk with the state, and then based on basically what we feel, what they feel is fair, we provide our input as a department, and then that's something that the state and then pretty much takes over, makes a proposal, and then proposes it to the various city councils to vote on.
Okay, just curious, because when we talk about trying to figure out, when we look at 360 vacancies, we're trying to figure out what else can the council do to incentivize folks, whether it be, helping out with housing or, more pay, obviously. But we're always told that, well, it's a collective bargaining issue, right? So that we can't really touch it. But you don't have to answer this now, but if you do have any ideas on what we can do to help incentivize or attract more people, because I was really surprised when I saw that now we're up to geez, 360 vacant positions. I guess that's kind of why Councilmember Talbot talked about morale too, right? At the same time, you know, it makes sense that you're going to need to do overtime. And you and I talked about this last year when we audited you folks because there was a spike. But I understand that there has to be overtime. But with 360, do you think there's going to be a spike in overtime with 360 vacancies?
So I think anecdotally speaking, I would say no. And the reason for that is some of the measures that we've either have or currently implemented. So one of the things, or one of the recommendations that came about as a result of the city auditor's report was to upgrade and implement a more modern overtime tracking system, which we've actually done. We're currently working with DIT, Budget Fiscal Services, Department of Human Resources, and it's something that the city is looking to implement actually citywide. And it's something that we've also budgeted for in our budget. What it does is it digitizes our antiquated overtime system. So instead of having to deal with paper cards, overtime cards, it's digitized. That way our finance division can actually run reports, not real time, but very much more regularly than what we were able to before, and provide that information to our commanders, who can then utilize that information to make command decisions in as far as how much overtime have I expended, how much more do I have, what do I need to do in order to allocate resources to the correct location, like community policing teams or other things like that. So by implementing that system, we're confident that that will allow us to then better track and manage the amount of overtime that we're spending.
That's great news. I was going to ask you that very question because the audit did say, you know, it was paper before. So that's good news. Last thing, you know, the council put in an additional $1 million of ARPA funds for patrol. Were you folks able to get that money?
You know, I'm not too sure. I have a feeling that it was possibly something that maybe didn't come to us as a result for whatever reason or another.
Yeah. No, I want to just encourage you, maybe talk to the mayor's office, because we did put that extra $1 million, and you guys use it how you deem fit. You know, we campaign on a patrolling police officers deterrent to crime, and that's patrol. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You know, in the current recruitment class, how many are local and how many are from the mainland?
We'll have to follow up. There is a mixture, though.
Okay, and then and how many coming straight out of high school versus college?
So for high school, I mean, you have to be 21 to graduate, so you're not going to get the immediate high school graduates. But there is we'll get the breakdown as far as diplomas versus degrees.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Chief Horikawa, I was just wondering, in the same vein as Councilmember Talba regarding hiring and then local versus those on the continent. You know, we had lots of discussions, and I saw a lot of our officers that I got close to over like the decade that, you know, probably were enticed or picked out by other police departments on the continent. And do we do that there? Are they still doing that here? Are they still trying to nab our officers?
We don't have like the same big recruiting drive like we saw back in the late 90s when the Northwest, you know, locations like King County, Washington, and so forth, they came down and actually had recruiting efforts down here. So, but we do lose a few officers to mainland, I guess, transfers or, you know, for different reasons. But as far as any big recruiting efforts here, there is none. Mm.
Okay, we don't do that, and we don't do that.
At this point, no. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there any other questions for the Honolulu Police Department? Okay, CPT. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Honolulu Fire Department. For those who wish to view the presentation online, it is Departmental Communications 150-2020, Departmental Communications 150-2023. Members, thank you very much for your patience and indulgence. This is the most departments that we have for this week. So your patience is very much appreciated. Okay. Okay, thank you. We have with us the fire chief. How? Press the on/off. Oh, wait. Try again. Yeah, yep.
Testing.
Thank you.
Well, good evening.
We also have your presentation before us, if you would like. Oh,
Okay.
It's already up. Never mind. Please proceed.
All right, thank you, Budget Chair Cordero, Budget Vice Chair Wire, Council Chair Waters, Council Vice Chair Kiaina, and council members. Thank you again for allowing us to be here to present the Honolulu Fire Department's fiscal year 24 request. I want to start off with our operating budget, which is broken down into our salaries, current expenses, and our equipment. You will see we have a total of 5.5% increase over the previous fiscal year, mostly due to collective bargaining salaries. Actually, back in fiscal year 23, we currently have a contract that was ratified for the collective bargaining for fiscal year 22, 23, 24, and 25. So last fiscal year, the contract wasn't ratified before the budget was completed. So actually, our fiscal year 23 was short 3% for the collective bargaining. And this year, for fiscal year 24, it'll be 4%. So for a total of compounding 7.1%. So actually, for us to be at 5.5%, we're pretty much, even from the previous fiscal year. But we'll be able to make it work in our operations with the budget that we have now for our salaries. There was a 3.7% increase in our current expenses, largely due to goods and services and utility costs. And also in our equipment, it was a 96.5% increase, largely due to an upgrade to our P25 radio system, moving away from the analog radio system to the digital P25. Total of 44 units needs to be replaced. I think it was 19 mobile units that's in our auxiliary vehicles and 25 portable units. And I was told that the 25 portable units will be repurposed in other departments for their use. Next slide. This slide is actually the breakdown by our 10 activity codes. You would notice that I'll probably focus on our prevention. They only had a 0.7% increase of 39,000. That had to do with a decrease in our position counts, we'll get to in a later slide. That was a council ad from the year before. So we're pretty much even on our prevention bureau at 0.7%. You'll notice the 16.8% increase in our mechanic shop. It was largely due to, again, collective bargaining, and also an increase in our utilities, fuel costs, as well as just the overall costs for parts and associated with maintaining our fleet. Also, you'll notice again the radio shop. Again, I mentioned earlier in the earlier slide, it was due to the radio system. Approximately 259,000 of that 276 is largely due to that purchase, the transition to the digital radios. Also in our planning development, you notice there's a 0.4% decrease, largely due to the fact that when we did our vacancies for one of our positions was at the lowest rate, so that's what it was due to. But overall, again, 5.5% increase over the year before. Next slide. The source of our funds is our general fund. Again, no change from the previous. Next slide, please. Position count request. As I stated in the earlier slide, that we're reducing our position count by 2, and it was due to a council ad by Council Member Fukunaga at the time. And so we consulted with our Fire Prevention Bureau, and we do not have a need for those positions at this time. So we're going back to our previous fiscal year 22 position count. Next slide. Vacant positions for civilians, we currently have 5 vacant positions in our civilians, our administrative service officer, and some equipment, automotive mechanics, and a supply clerk. So we look to fill before July 1st, 4 positions, and so we'll be left with 1 to fill in fiscal year 24. Next slide. Uniform vacancies. We have 137. I think this could be a little misleading. Right now, it doesn't account for the 55 recruits that we have in class at this time. So our actual count is approximately 82. And we look to start a recruit class of 50 in mid to late July. So actually, it would bring us down into the 30s. We're very fortunate. We don't have the staffing challenges that other departments face. I think I've mentioned it earlier. We do one-day recruitment and we yield over 3,000 applicants. So we've come up with a plan to analyze how many people retire every year. In our recruitment plan, we're able to process maximum of 75 individuals per year throughout 2 recruit classes. And over the last 30 years, we lose approximately 40, and that goes up and down. So we have a plan moving into the future, and I think by fiscal year 24, we'll be at our staffing objective and maintaining 50 to 60 vacancies department-wide as we move on to the future. Next slide. Next, we want to go over our revenue sources. We have license and permitting. There's no change in our projection. Our intergovernmental revenue, there's 100% change at the time. We decided not to put in that $245,000 because our master agreement, which requires approval at the beginning of every fiscal year, wasn't, we have to request for those funds. But it's highly likely that we would get the $245,000. Other charges for services is plans review, building permits, probably a 1% change, and also our miscellaneous revenues, our projection is the same as fiscal year 23. Next slide. Capital improvement program. Our bulk fund for $4.9 million approximate to take care of maintaining our 50 facilities throughout all council districts. You can see we have 12 projects that we would want to complete in our bulk fund. Waimanalo Fire Station is a sewer improvement project. We have a cautionary system at our Kalihikai Fire Station that controls the traffic lights. Some roof improvements at the Aikahi Fire Station. I mentioned in earlier, you guys were really concerned about electricity. So through that improvement project, it was through that energy savings project that we needed to fix that roof. So currently we have 37 of our 50 facilities will have PV by the end of fiscal year 23. And I think, I'm not sure on the, 40 of our sites have been converted into LED lighting. And 31 of our facilities have water fixtures that would limit the water usage. Next slide. Also, again, we have our other projects, Nu'uanu Fire Station and Palolo Fire Station. We have one of our driveways needs fixing. Some asbestos abatement in our various fire stations, underground storage tanks in Kahuku, emergency generator replacement in Waianae and the Kahulu fire stations, and also improvements to our training tower at Valkenburg. Next slide. And our final project for our bulk fund is for anticipated needs, mainly we're going to focus on some water leaks that we have at our headquarters. Same issue as police. During heavy rains, it comes down on our lanai area, which affects our second floor of our 3-story building. Next slide. We were appropriated $1 million for our NPDES for stormwater. Next slide, please. And that will be done at our Sunset and our Mililani Mauka fire stations. Next slide. And for our line item for CIP, we'll be focusing on our Waialua fire station, our planning and our development for our $500,000 for our replace our Waialua fire station. And finally, for our equipment, we're requesting $6.7 million to replace three pumpers for our Aikahi, Makakilo, and Kapolei fire stations, a tower apparatus to replace either our Kaka'ako or our Kapolei tower, whichever one our mechanic shop deems needs to be replaced sooner. Some modular trailers that we would use for temporary sites as we, for example, our Waialua fire station, for stations that we're gonna do some refurbishment, we might have to move our personnel into a temporary site. Or if we have some long duration incidents, the modular trailers could be used for incident command. We are gonna replace a cargo van for our mechanic shop, our storeroom, and a dually stake truck and a forklift for our training bureau. And that concludes our budget presentation.
Thank you, Fire
Any
Chief.
questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's good to see your budget. I do want to piggyback on a lot of the discussion that we had regarding federal grants, because I know that there's does the department seek federal grants too?
We do seek federal grants, through infrastructure grants through Senator Schott's office and Senator Case. So we sat down with the managing director, and that's something that we will continue to do. FEMA grants as well.
Okay, FEMA
Yes.
grants. Okay, so do you do that regularly, or every year?
We apply every year.
You apply every year.
For FEMA and any
Okay,
types
that's
of grants
good to
that are
know.
available. DOT grants, the state, everything available, we'll try and get funds.
Okay, that's perfect to hear. Thank you so much. Okay, also, I was wondering if there's a status update on the improvements for the hangars for the helicopters. The
Well,
one
right
that was
now-
under HPD asset forfeiture.
Correct. That's in our upcoming, I think in fiscal year, correct me if I'm wrong, fiscal year 26, we're going to use our funds. So we're utilizing funds from HPD and HFD to get that project completed. So next year, I think we're going to use the asset forfeiture funds to start the project off. The difficult part the challenge we've been having is finding a temporary hangar. So with Amazon coming into the market and kind of sweeping up all of the available hangar space, that was a challenge for our Administrative Services Bureau, but they've done a great job, reached out to all over, and actually we've been working with the state, and it's looking pretty good that we're going to have a site out in Kalailoa, one of those huge hangars that is 2.5 acres large. So we're very hopeful that it'll be ready for us to occupy next fiscal year already, and thank you for the budget that we did get for the rental, and it's in our price range. So we've been very fortunate to be working with the state to be able to accommodate our budget and our need.
Oh, shucks. That means it's going to be out of my district then. Okay, that's okay. All right. But that's temporarily, right? Just so that...
Just temporarily,
okay.
yes.
Okay, sounds good. And... Okay, next also I just want to say that training center, is that the tower that gets burned all the time?
We don't do active live fire training in our tower at Valkenburg, but we are looking to do live fire training. We've been working with getting a site out in the Eva Plains. We got some land that the DFM is allowing us to reside on for the next 10 years. We just finished an agreement with them, and we're currently looking to solicit in the upcoming fiscal year our burn trailers to start off our live fire training program again.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say thanks to the department and also the Kalihikai station for being really good neighbors when they occupied the former Delight Bakery area, when they were neighbors to Eluene. And then now that CORE and EMS are there, of course, the area is really, it's really nice. So great job to you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward to members. We have Committee Vice Chair Wire. And then Councilmember Tolba. And yeah.
Okay,
And
thank
then
you, Chair.
Councilmember Okimura.
I know it's
Yes,
late,
go
so I'll
ahead.
go quick. I just have one question. And mahalo, Chief, and mahalo for your service, everyone here. I just wanted to get an update, or do we know what's going to happen with the original Wailua Fire Station yet?
You know,
Is
I
that-
think we're in talks and is it with EMS? We're
Okay.
potentially in talks with EMS or Ocean Safety for them to occupy that space.
Okay, and I probably could have asked them earlier too, but that's kind of the last update. Nothing, no movement yet, or?
Yeah, no movement
Okay.
yet.
Okay, thank you. Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Tolba and Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. How's it, Chief Hao? Real quick question. You know, we've been hearing about cost savings. So you guys using PV on you said 37?
37.
So have you seen costs go down? Because we've heard discussions with water supply and how the electric bill went up tremendously. And as well, you know, Councilmember said, I don't know if he's still there, but, you know, putting PV on maybe some of our rail stations. So have you guys seen a
That
decrease
project
in your
is
bill?
actually through DDC. I'm not actually sure on the total cost savings. Sorry. We haven't seen a significant change, and hopefully when all of the sites have been changed over, I think it's difficult because the rates change, so we have to look at the usage, see if our usage would be adjusted so we can run the data, and hopefully we can get that information to you.
Awesome, thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. And then now we have Councilmember Okimoto, then followed by Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Chief. First of all, I want to put a plug. I want to thank your department. Maybe I could put a plug for future departments. I like how they printed on both sides. I think it's ironic that we talk about energy saving and yet we have volumes of paper that come with like single-sided printed paper in color. So I appreciate your department coming with fewer pieces of paper if we're going to be more energy efficient. I wanted to quickly ask, and this is something that I think Councilmember Tolba asked on a previous department, of the recruit class that's coming in July, and I think it's a good problem you have to not have to worry about filling these positions, but how many of these are going to local kids, to local
I don't have the
residents?
exact data, but a lot of it, you look at, they have some individuals that are locals living in the mainland trying to come back to home. So I cannot tell you the exact data, but it's very small, and I can get that information to you. If you
Okay,
look
that
into
would
it
be
further.
great.
Yes.
And your job is not an easy job. I'm trying to figure out why it is that this department, I mean, kudos to you guys, don't have the same issues that other departments do with, voluminous amounts of vacancies. What is it that, so we can maybe look across the board to see what is done, what we could do differently? Because there are pukas in other departments that we want to fill, and you guys have a very important job. So in your opinion, what is the reason for that? Is there something that you're doing that maybe we could
I think just the
help other
nature.
departments with?
I think just the nature of our job. I mean, if you look at HPD versus fire, their job is, both jobs are dangerous. But, I guess people look at us differently. We come in only to help. I know police does the same, but we come in just to fix a problem. So people want they want to see us. I also think that the schedule has something to do with it. I think other sections like EMS, they might get overworked. I know that we talked about utilization rates and how their utilization rates are, not as on par with the mainland. So that might be some of the issues, but I think it's just the nature of our work.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Council Chair Waters.
Okay, thank you, Chair Cordero. Aloha, Chief. I note on your slide deck that you receive about anywhere from $800,000 to $900,000 for plan review fees. Yeah, for building permits. And these fees are often waived by the 201H project. 201H basically is incentives for people to build affordable housing. We've been passing out a lot of 201H projects lately, and we anticipate many more. Do you think that's going to have an impact on your budget?
No. From my subject matter experts, no.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
By the way, how many 201H projects, let me back up. How many plan reviews do you folks have to do monthly or even annually? I'm just curious.
Sorry, excuse me.
And who does them?
Sorry, we have to get back to you.
Yeah, no problem. I just thought that was interesting. I've been curious how many you guys actually do. And then who in your department actually sits down and reviews them?
We have our plans review section.
Okay.
So we've been working really closely with the Department of Planning and Permitting. I know that they were trying to automate the system. So we're working very closely to ensure that we would be ready for that wave of permits that would roll in. And we wanted to make sure that we were not the bottleneck. So we contract hired some of our retired personnel to come in that had the subject matter expertise to review these plans. So we're waiting for that wave to come in.
Awesome. Yeah. I know that you have a request for $971,000 for the Hawaii Kai station for emergency generator replacement. How come it costs so much, $971,000?
I think it has a lot to do with the new evaluation of the energy requirements. I think we've just had a meeting just a couple of, maybe late last week, to re-look into that issue. So instead of it being replace a generator, we needed to create a bigger space which would impact the infrastructure. So we're going back and to see and working with DDC if we could just stay with the same size generators, because the infrastructure in the station as far as the electrical wiring only can take so much. So we're working to see if we can just do a replacement instead of not having to impact the actual structure itself. That's where the large cost comes in.
I see. Oh, I see. Okay. Terrific. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for the Fire Chief? Okay, we have Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Hi, Chief. I echo the sentiments of Councilmember Okimoto in that, you are the envy of many other departments who don't have the same problem with regards to vacancies. So kudos to you and your team. I just saw that there were 3 hikers, 1 injured at Haiku Stairs this afternoon, and a helicopter, HFD helicopter, was needed because of the hazardous conditions of the weather. And you and I have had this talk, and so can you remind me, how do I make sure that these individuals are fined up to $1,000 for their illegal entry? Can you guys call HPD? I mean, what is the connection?
We've started the discussion with HPD. I know that people want the Honolulu Fire Department to charge for our services, but we feel that's more in the enforcement side. So we just started the conversation with the police department, and our stance still, it needs to be a balance, I feel. I agree with some sort of charge, but not so much where it would prevent people from initiating 911 too early, which would make the rescue more risky.
Well, 2 things. First of all, it's a fine for their hiking illegally. That's up to $1,000. So I need to make sure that the city is collecting on that. And so that's not, you don't need new authority for that. HPD simply needs to be notified. So I just want to make sure that your team and HPD has a communication dialogue going on because you have HPD based at the bottom of the stairs. So that's the first thing. With regard to the authority, I concur, and I listen to your concerns. I do believe, however, for illegal city parks or trails, that at a minimum, people need to be charged, because when you pull the totality of all of the city resources, again, can be between $10,000 to $20,000, and that's not right. It's unfair to the taxpayers. So anyway, just keep up the good work for the department, but I hope that you can work with HPD for just collecting the fines, not you, but HPD collecting the fines. They need to be notified of those 3 individuals, or at least have their names, addresses, telephone numbers ready. And so then when I see that, I can call you, get their names, and then turn them over to the HPD.
We'll continue to work on that concern that you have.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we have Council Chair Waters.
I got a simple solution. You just drop them off right at the police station. But you have to be a witness, like where you picked them up. By the way, we're not talking about you folks charging them. This would be a criminal charge. It'd be trespassing. I think the minimum fine, and maybe the prosecutor can help us out when they come testify, I think the minimum fine is $1,000. Back in my old job, I used to represent people who were doing that, and I had to tell my client, sorry, brother, the minimum is $1,000.
Right.
And it was a criminal offense. I believe it was a criminal offense. Might have been non-crim, but the fine was $1,000. So, yeah, we don't mean to say you guys charge them, but the police. But anyway, just a clarification. Thanks.
Thank you. Any last questions for the fire chief? Okay, thank you very much, Chief Howe.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, and lastly, we have our Department of the Prosecuting Attorney. And as we have our prosecuting attorney come up, oh shoot. Oh, I have it open. Good evening, Prosecuting Attorney Alm. I already have it, yeah. Okay, it's now being shared. Okay, please proceed, Prosecuting Attorney Alm.
Sure. Good evening, Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire. I'm Steve Alm from the Honolulu Prosecutor's Office. Let me go through our budget, and we're certainly available to answer any questions you may have. Details of changes to the budget. Okay. In our fiscal year 2024 operating budget, the appropriations, the request is about $5 million more and about 5 positions. These increase in positions are due to the new series of paralegal assistants that we're going to be asking for. And in more detail, the salaries are going up about $3.5 million is the request. The current expenses, you can see the equipment. So the total, adding the, and I'll go into it in more detail in the next one about the salary increases and the HGEA increases. So salaries are going up about 1.3 million total, and this is salary adjustments for deputy prosecutors, the paralegal assistant 1 personal service contracts, and the mandated collective bargaining agreements. As the judiciary faces this challenge, we have too, that in the past you needed 5 years of legal experience to be hired as a paralegal. And they're never going to get that experience So they graduate from Kapiolani Community College with a 2-year degree as a paralegal, but they can't get hired without 5 years of experience. So they go to the private sector. 5 years later, we are never going to get them. So working with Department of Human Services, we've created a new level. So they come right out of KCC. We hire them as a paralegal 1, and then they can do that work and promote to a paralegal 2. And we think this will really help. I can't tell you the surprise it was me. Body-worn cameras are great. They can help clear officers, they can help people accountable, but it is a tremendous amount of work for discovery. We have to review every body-worn camera footage before they're charged, before court hearings. The police count on us to do it, the defense counts on us to do it. That is, you arrest somebody for disorderly conduct in Chinatown, maybe 3 officers are there. We got to review the body-worn camera on all 3. So getting paralegals involved with that would be very helpful. Okay. And for other operating budget, the non-salary, this includes electrical, rent, supplies, on and on and on. And we have a special projects fund that the request goes up, the federal money is going down, and the total you can see at the bottom. Going through the next phase, the current expenses, our rent has increased $629,000 at Ali'i Place. And the weed and seed money, we're listing as a $250,000 decrease because the city council last year were able to convert it to CIP money, so it's still alive and it can be accessed this year. We're hoping to use that money to create more office space for interns and deputies to help with weed and seed and Safe and Sound Waikiki. Like many places, our library has all these bookshelves, and modern libraries in the law don't have books anymore. It's all computers. So we're going to try to renovate that area is probably the number one goal, so we can have more space. We have all of our office space is full on the 2 floors we have of Ali'i Place. So we're hoping to get funding to do that, and I think it would make us much more efficient because all 3 weed and seed sites and the Safe and Sound Waikiki site, as well as potentially more sites in the future, is really gotten busy. We get a lot of interns now from Hawaii Pacific University, from Chaminade, from UH undergrad, as well as the law school. We hire a lot of interns during the summer, so we'll try to do that. And you can see the Ali'i Place monthly common area maintenance has gone up quite a bit. Real property and insurance fees have increased, and we're expecting a 26% increase for that for calendar 2024. And as I said on the next about the weed and seed funding, it's still in the CIP budget. So we're hoping to do that. There was $175,000 we got from the Governor's Committee on Crime to help the salaries for the 2 weed and seed coordinators. But as you're advised, you can only do 1. And even though the $250 came in, we had to wait till that was expended before trying to access the second. And we believe the last check went out for those weed and seed coordinators just January, 2 months ago. The fiscal year 2024 inclusion of the Justice Assistance Grant, and this grant, one of these it's through HPD, so we get that every year. We use it for training activities. We have a conference every year for a full week for trial skills to try to get the deputies' trial skills up. And like I said, we'll follow through with the other. Discussion of budget issues. The number one thing is going to be the deputy prosecutors. Now, a little over a year ago, we implemented a salary structure for our deputies. When I first worked at that office 20-some years ago, nobody knew what anybody else in the office made. There was zero structure at all. First, Peter Carla, Keith Kaneshiro, they could pay the deputies whatever they wanted, from $59,000 to $164,000. Civil Beat started publishing everybody's salary maybe 5 years ago. That led to a couple of deputies quitting every year when they said, that person makes more than me. And so we thought to try to bring some fairness to it, we did a couple of things. instead of me hiring all the deputies, as was the practice, we now have hiring committees. So somebody goes before a hiring committee, typically made up of First Deputy Tom Brady, my senior advisor, Cheryl Noy, and the division chief they're going to go in. That's typically Flo Nakakuni, because we really try to hire people at the front end. It's cheaper, and yet they come in without any baggage. They can learn the job the right way. But at the same time, for salaries, we created a path through the office. So misdemeanors are level 1, vertical prosecution are level 5. We look at the HGA bargaining unit 13 structure for scientists and professionals, and we placed all the deputies on it. Those two adjustments, plus we have a first in, first out of the division policy, because we know there's implicit bias, there's other kinds of motivating factors where maybe there could be explicit bias, but we don't want any of that to happen. So if somebody's going, say, from the trials division to the screening division so they can learn how cases are put together, we look at who was first into that division, and then they're asked, do you want to move on next when there's an opening? They may want to stay, but we want to give them a chance. We think we have virtually come up with a way to reduce any bias and any unfairness in that process. And some people want to stay, some want to move on. With our structure, they get a raise for moving on, so often people are going to want to do that. But this year, we have lost, in the last year, 11 or 12 to the Attorney General's office. Last session, the legislature gave the Attorney General's office $3.3 million for raises. That has led to a number of people leaving the office for more money. We lost one deputy to Corporation Counsel who wants to try civil, and then we lost a deputy to Kauai prosecutors for a $30,000 raise. So going from $88,000 to $118,000. And, he really liked our office, but faced with that. So just to remain competitive, the AGs are offering $90,000 to start. Our deputies are currently at about 82. So if the salary adjustment comes through, we'll be able to be competitive with the AGs. So for the people that really want to help victims, who really want to do the tough cases, our office is the likely place for that. So when you see courtroom staffing, that's one of the challenges for our office. You can see we have 11 circuit court courtrooms that are operating every day, family courts 5, domestic violence misdemeanors are 3, and the district court has about 14. So total 33 courtrooms that have to be staffed every day. And looking statewide, we do about 70% of the cases. Petty misdemeanors, violations, felonies, statewide. So it's an extremely busy office. Now, when you compare the average salaries, you can see, I've just done that. We have about 70% of the cases. So the average salaries, you can see Maui is still at the top, and Hawaii Island, is next. When we look at ours, we're a little bit of ahead right now on this of the AGs because we haven't figured out what the average salary has gone up. We think they're still working it out, whether to give everybody a little bit of, some raise or others. But the folks with 3 years of experience in our office may be making $80-some thousand. They may be up to 90. They're getting 106 at the Attorney General's office. So that's our number one goal. We're trying to get people up to $90,000 for the starting salary, and that will make us competitive. Okay, the general funded vacancies, they're currently 39. We're hoping to fill 22 before the end of this fiscal year. We hope to fill the other 16. None should be abolished. There was one deputy who was assigned to administration that was unfilled because it was Mark Tom, and we could not give him a raise unless we moved him in with the rest of the deputies. And we thought that's only justified. He does community outreach court. He does the legislative session, both at the legislature and with you folks here at the city council. And so that's why that one is unfilled. We have the special and grant funded vacancies. budgeted in there. It lists 35, and you can see we're hoping to fill 8. There are a number of other ones that aren't funded, but we want to keep the positions, which is why we're leaving it the way it is. Updates. We're very active with weed and seed in 3 sites. Chinatown Kali'ipalama is first, Waipahu is second, Eva Eva Beach is third, then Safe and Sound Waikiki. And when you look at the map, the reason it's as large as it is, District 6, which is how HPD counts it, really just goes up to La Pietra. And what we were afraid is, since there are issues with homelessness there, both at the bottom of the stretch from the lookout going down to the beach, as well as other parts of the Diamond Head, we didn't want folks just starting encampments just Mauka of La Pietra. So we talked to HPD, they were okay with it. That's why it looks so big, because it includes the entire Diamond Head. It goes up Montserrat and around that and then down to the beach. But it's D7 is helping out with that as needed. Most of the activity is in Waikiki, and a large part of it is between the Moana Hotel, where the substation is, and the wall. That's the most visible part of it. That's where many of the arrests have been made. But just to give you a very quick overview of that, in Chinatown in the last year and a half, a little more, there have been about 660 arrests made. Of that, 295 folks were homeless at the time of the arrests. And about half were for felonies, half were for misdemeanors. And for the folks for felonies, it's almost always drug possession, which is why we created the Sudafast program to get them help. We're convinced almost 100% of the chronically homeless in Chinatown have mental health issues or drug and alcohol issues. Unless they get treatment to deal with those behavioral health issues, we can take them off the street, but they're never going to be able to stay off the street. And we support all the efforts you guys are doing, the city's doing, the state's doing for housing. But if somebody has a meth problem, they're never going to succeed in a housing unit. They're going to get kicked out. They're going to smoke meth there, bring their friends. So the combination of the two, if they're going to get housing, let's get them into treatment at the same time so we can help with that. In Waikiki, it's been 715 arrests just in the last 6 months. So it's very busy. The homeless of that, 341 were homeless at the time of the arrest. Many more misdemeanors, 327. There are only 14 felonies. Now, some of the felonies were for selling drugs, like near the pavilions. And we're making good progress, I think, in Waikiki. It's not perfect. It's going to take a continued effort. But we're working closely with HPD to make sure we can get that done. So we'll keep working with her. And after this, we will be looking, as time goes on, we may well be looking at other potential sites based on crime rates and the like. And with that, I'd be happy to answer your questions. My Chief of Staff, Paul Mao, is here as well for other questions too.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go with Vice Chair Wire and then Councilmember Tolba.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Prosecutor Alm, for being here today, and to your staff, and waiting till the end of the day, so I'll be brief as well. So the 39 general funded and the 35 grant funded, those are DPAs and clerical staff, or that's all DPA vacancies?
That's other positions, clerical staff, victim witness, investigators.
Okay. In both the general funded and the special?
Yes.
Okay. But DPAs make up a portion of that, or not really? I was just curious how many.
Sure.
And the only reason I asked is because I know that regardless of how many positions you fill, the workload doesn't change because you're dealing with cases in the
right.
In the courts
for the vacant positions of the 39, or we're counting as 43, depending on when it's counted. 19 are DPAs, 11 are clerical, 4 are paralegal, 2 investigators, 3 victim witness counselors. We have to fill Dennis Dunn's victim witness director position.
Okay.
And 3 administrative of the state and federal funded. 17 are DPA, 12 state, 5 federal, 7 clerical, 1 investigator, and 10 victim witness counselors.
Okay. Is it your general belief that the increase in pay is going to help alleviate the DPA problem?
Absolutely, both recruitment and retention.
Yeah.
We're always going to lose a few people. It's tremendously stressful. You know, doing trial work is very stressful. And so we're always going to lose some, but we don't want to lose people purely for money.
Exactly.
So we are convinced that will really help to keep people. And it's important work that they do. They're helping to protect society. And we're working very closely with HPD to try to do that.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, the amount of work. If you're working 60 to 70 hours, and of course, I know that PR-wise doesn't sound good, but I know folks do it because they love it, but it can easily add up. So hopefully that 90,000 and up will help fill those spots.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay, mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Talba, followed by Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair. And how's it, prosecuting arm? How are you? Real quick, so that I'm clear, are we ending funding for Weed and Seed? Page 7, are we ending funding?
No, we're trying to use the $250,000 for, like I said, courtroom expansion.
Okay.
The expansion in our library for more spaces for interns and deputies.
Okay. You mentioned that previously paralegals needed 5 years experience.
Yes.
But now for paralegal assistant 1, what are the new requirements needed?
Graduating from KCC's paralegal program is all that will be required. We'll have to interview them and decide. But we have a number of paralegals in our office. And the practice, honestly, in the past has been somebody who's a really good legal clerk would get a job as a paralegal, but they often wouldn't be doing paralegal work. We're trying to change that. And so, but we have several that are near retirement age who have been there 30 years, 35 years. We've lost a couple already. So we'd really love to hire folks at the front end, get them more training, but they'd be able to work right away if they've graduated from KCC.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great questions. Okay, next we have Councilmember Okimoto and Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, prosecuting attorney. I know we met, and so some of my questions were met in the office, but I wanted to clarify, just for the public forum, you know, the main thing for our communities is the public safety, and the feedback that we get is always, well, when something tragic happens in the community, why was this person let go? And you hear a lineup of previous charges that were against this person, yet they were let go, and then a violent crime happened, and sometimes it ends in the loss of a life. So in your budget, and I appreciate you being so specific and clear and honest about what's going up with the expenditures and what you need. Do these things that you're asking for, are they going to help alleviate or address the issues that are occurring with the court system right now? And if not, then how can we address those issues?
I think they are in that when COVID hit, and the courts were shut down, the police kept arresting people, we kept charging people. So our felony deputies' caseloads went from like 30-some to 60-some. So the last time we checked, several months ago, there were about 1,200 felony cases backlogged for jury trials. The courts are open again. We're doing that. It's going to get resolved by plea agreements, most of those cases. But if deputies have fewer cases, it's going to be easier for them to prepare for trial, do what they need to do that way, and I think they'll be more successful. Our changing of the domestic violence misdemeanor policy, we used to have a rigid no-drop policy, and now we listen to the victims, typically she, but sometimes he, if we work with them for a while, but if they don't want to testify, we do not force them to testify anymore. I think that's part of the reason, plus increased training, that in 2019, the last year before COVID, the domestic violence cases, felonies and misdemeanors, they won 16% of the cases. And now it's 33%. So we're happy to see it going in the right direction. But I think getting this money will help to reduce the caseloads and give people more chance to prepare for cases and prepare them even better. And with the increased training we're doing, we expect to be even more successful.
So it's the difficulty with the staffing or the attorneys being prepared for the cases that tends to cause a case
I think they're
heard
doing
properly?
as best as they can to be prepared. But if their caseloads weren't quite so big, they'd be even better.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair Waters.
Thank you. Hey, I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Tolba's question. There's a slide saying FY 2024 decrease of federal weed and seed funding, $250,000 decrease in federal weed and seed funding. Up until 2024, the feds were giving us money for weed and seed.
Paul, would you like to explain that?
Chair Waters, let me try and address this. I believe when we started the last year's fiscal year budget, when we were here last year, $250,000 was added under current expenses to support weed and seed programs. And my understanding was that through the course of that budget, it was moved out of the current expense, and that so that it could survive past the fiscal year, it was moved into the CIP. So really what it is that it's there, but it's not in the current expense, category, because it doesn't fit within the fiscal year.
Because my recollection was that the federal funding was going to disappear. That's why you folks came and asked us. And it was my addition, Councilmember says, but at my request, to put in an additional $250,000 for weed and seed to make up for the loss of the federal funding. Is that your recollection as well?
I don't know if that's what it was. I understood it was part of Tranche 2, and it was added into that fund. I don't know about if that was the specific reason why.
So was it or was it not in your budget?
It was added into the budget, but it appears in the CIP.
Did you receive the $250,000?
Well, it's there, and it's there for us to apply to as part of ARPA FRF.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's in Tranche 2. I look at Tranche 2 almost every day.
Yeah, but I believe it's part of Tranche 2.
No, I don't think it is. But I'll double check and get back to you. Now, so we added $250,000 last year for weed and seed. Can you explain why Waikiki is called Safe and Sound, not weed and seed? I know why, but I just want the committee to know and the public to know. And if weed and seed is watching, that I know that why it is.
When we looked at expanding from the current 3 sites, because Waikiki has been asking for this for years, and when I was running, I went to the neighborhood board and I said, if I get back in, this is something I'd like to bring back, because I worked with community and started this when I was U.S. Attorney. But when we talked to the Weed and Seed Hawaii Inc. board was formed when Flo Nakakuni was the United States Attorney under President Obama. And they have 2 site coordinators working on the 3 sites, Kalipalama, Chinatown, Waipahu, and Eva Eva Beach. And so we talked to them about expanding, and they said, we are stretched thin as coordinators doing those 3 sites, and they would prefer to stick with just those 3 sites. And so I said, well, do you have any problem with me going to Waikiki and talking to them about expanding with the same strategy? And they said, no, we don't mind, but we cannot fund it. They're going to have to fund it themselves. And since what we're doing is these 3 sites, we prefer you not call it weed and seed. So it didn't make sense to me, but I look forward, and so we're still working on the 3 sites. I was out at Pearl Ridge on Saturday with Council Member Cordero and HPD and all sorts of other people, but it's the same strategy, but to hone it in more, we came up with Safe and Sound Waikiki. You make it safer, and then you get all law enforcement organized, you make it safer, and then you make the community as sound as possible by doing community activities in a now safer environment.
I thank you. But why didn't they want it to be called Weed and Seed? I mean, and by the way, do they know that it was my request? And of course, I represent Waikiki to put that 250,000, and for them to now say they don't want to help is kind of somewhat irksome.
Well, I think I think they feel a sense of ownership and of the name, and it was just that if we wanted to move on, it would be in a different name, and I didn't want to fight about it, and they could not have more time. The two of them were busy. Lori Cano and Gail Braceros are very busy with the 3 existing sites, so it was kind of like, if we move on and add another site, since they won't be working on it, I guess they made that request. Same strategy, though.
Yes, and I know that, and I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate the fact that you folks are looking at and doing this in Waikiki, and we're working through our problems, which I want to talk about in a second, but the fact that it has a different name, if there does become federal funding for a Weed and Seed program, now is Waikiki not going to be eligible for a Weed and Seed program because it's not part of the Weed and Seed program?
Well, we will do whatever it takes to explain the differences. Weed and Seed as a national program stopped 20 years ago. Right. You know, it started under the first Bush administration, and then it exploded under the Clinton administration when I was U.S. Attorney. And then when the second Bush administration came in, they stopped it, and they started Project Safe Neighborhoods, which is something different. It's more law enforcement oriented. But the federal money died out. When Flo Nakakuni was U.S. Attorney, she got permission from the Justice Department to use the logo, use the name and stuff. But if ever there's federal involvement again directly, we appreciate your concerns about that, and we will do whatever we can to explain the differences. And if we have to repurpose something, we will.
So how is Weed and Seed currently funded?
Right now, they've been funded based on, we applied for a Governor's Committee on Crime grant. We were going to use it for a deputy prosecutor and others, but the money Weed and Seed hoped to get did not pan out. And so we repurposed the grant to pay the 2 coordinators. And that went through this past year, and the last check went in January. And so I believe they got a grant from the state for, that money has been released for, I think, $300,000. So I think they're going to get money from the legislature for that. I think they also applied for money with the city.
Okay, and do you need appropriation for Safe and Sound Waikiki? I know that, was it Paul Kosasa from ABC Store donated money for
And
Waikiki?
I know you were working on trying to match that. And when I made that presentation that I've described to, it's a group that Mufi Hanneman and company about visitor public safety. It's a very well-populated group. And I had met with them for the last couple of years saying, we want to work with you in Waikiki, but we have to go first to Chinatown and Kalihi, then Waipahu, and then Eva Eva Beach. You dance to the ones who brung you. And then when I came to talk to them after that meeting, I said, we are ready, willing, and able to bring this strategy to Waikiki, but you folks are going to have to come up with money to pay for the coordinator. That's really the only expense. And at the end of the meeting, Paul Kosasa walked up to our staff and said, we have a foundation. If you guys apply, we will write a check, at the time 90, but for $100,000. And so one thing that slowed it down a little bit is Jennifer Nakayama, who is executive director of the Waikiki bid, that is doing a lot of great things already. She relocated with her family to Oklahoma City. So they're in the process of replacing her. That has slowed down the hiring of an executive director. But that does not impact in any the law enforcement part of it. And we're still working through things like that, but we certainly appreciate the efforts you're making to match that number in order to move ahead.
So is there a request for funding for Safe and Sound Waikiki in your budget?
There isn't, because right now, with the matching funds, and for that, right now, we don't think there's a need, except that if we can use the money to essentially create more office space, that helps us.
I see.
With that.
So it's embedded in your budget, just not directly.
Right, and just like with HPD, we're just doing, it's just part of our job. We see it as part of it. If it keeps expanding, we certainly will try to come in, because it takes a lot of clerical time, it takes a lot of deputy time.
Sure.
And we're trying to make it work.
So I noticed that you said that there's only 14 felony arrests in Waikiki compared to Chinatown. It sounded like there's hundreds in Chinatown. What's the difference? Are people just not committing felonies in Waikiki, which I find hard to believe?
No, the vast majority of the arrests in Chinatown for felonies are homeless people sleeping on the sidewalk who have an ice pipe in their possession. It's police identifying them and them getting arrested. That's the felony, PDD3, promoting a dangerous drug in the third degree. We're convinced almost every chronically homeless person in Chinatown has a mental health or a drug and alcohol problem, or most commonly both. And so, frankly, that's the reason Waikiki looks as good, Chinatown looks as good as it does, that 140 homeless folks have been arrested there, and then we're trying to get them into treatment. So something like 9 months into this, the mayor, everybody working together was effective in getting River of Life to move their operations. But by then, River Street had been cleaned up. Most parts of Chinatown have been cleaned up. There are always going to be some that need more, but that's why we're convinced we need, as a state, hundreds of more beds for mental health and drugs and alcohol, and we want to expand the Sudafast program to get them assessed and into treatment right after they get arrested. And I think in answer to your question, Waikiki has, but in the places that are identifiable for the police, they're not seeing the person sleeping on the sidewalk under the influence of meth. Or honestly, these guys are sitting there asleep with a meth pipe in their hand. It's tragic.
In Chinatown.
Yeah, in Chinatown.
So out of the 715 arrests in the last 6 months in Waikiki, you're not finding that these people have ice pipes?
No, they don't. Most of them. I mean, it is interesting because almost all of those are petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we were in, three of us from the prosecutor's office, Flo Nakakuni, Shirley Noy, and I were in Miami 2 weeks ago. They have a tremendously successful program to divert people with serious mental illness out of the criminal justice system and into treatment. 10 years ago, they had 8,100 homeless people in Miami. This year, they're 1,100. And it isn't only this program, but for a city, for an area with 2.5 million people, when we were driving around, going to dinner, everything, we saw 2 homeless people. And they have the same issues we do. They think they have more homeless people because they're still suffering from the boat lift from Cuba with all those guys getting let out of prison years ago. But those are some of the guys sleeping on the sidewalk.
Yeah, you and I talked about that program and would love to hear more about it, perhaps in the Public Safety Committee. But back to just Safe and Sound in Waikiki.
Yeah.
I just gave an interview, and I think it played tonight, dealing with what kind of punishment the courts are giving to folks who are arrested in Waikiki. And one of the things that really attracted me to Safe and Sound or Weed and Seed was the geographic restriction, and how basically it's really hard to enforce a geographic restriction in a timely manner. We can still do it, but it takes forever because it's a condition of probation. So one of the things that I was suggesting, and I said it on the news, was that perhaps the judges should give longer sentences rather than the simple credit for time served. What credit for time served means, if you arrested on a Saturday or Sunday, You go to court on Monday, you plead guilty, and you're given the day or two that you've already served. Now, this is my question. How do you distinguish between who really deserves credit for time served or something petty, or someone who is a chronic offender who sits on the sidewalk and is threatened? I've been threatened as I just walk down the street in Waikiki by these guys just for looking at them. You know what I'm saying? And if they're doing that to me, they're doing it to tourists and the residents. So we have over 25,000 residents who live in Waikiki. So how does your office differentiate? And do you ask for longer jail terms for these folks who are arrested in Waikiki?
Typically, it's going to be what the circumstances of the offense are and the person's record. So the ones that have multiple property offenses, and it's mostly theft, but it can be criminal property damage. We are now charging them with a felony. It's called habitual property offense. But we have to be very careful because the legislature has made the law extremely broad, which we like, but you've got to be careful with it. And essentially, if somebody has 3 prior property offenses, petty misdemeanors, felonies, you can charge them with a habitual property offender, which is a Class C felony with a mandatory year in jail. So we have started charging a number of people, but we're really going after the people that have really horrendous records. The first one was Lawrence Smalls. He had 161 convictions, and he never got more than credit for time served. Now, part of it is, honestly, the judges in district court are pretty lenient. But we're looking at all of our practices, and just because they're lenient doesn't mean we should be agreeing with it. So, we're going to look at plea agreements and ask for more offenses. Now, if you want somebody on probation, you can only get like 5 days in jail as a condition of probation. If we want more, I don't know if we get it or not, but 10 or 20, then there can be no probation. So we're going to continue charging the habitual property offense cases, and we are seriously looking at working with HPD to see if we can speed up the process of arresting the habitual property offenders. And when I was looking at the stats, if somebody's on and I have to say, that I think you talking about in the press, me talking about in the press, is having an effect, because in January, there were more geographic restrictions granted than the previous months combined. So it's starting, I think, to have an effect, and hallelujah. And we'll continue on with that. But we really are trying to work with HPD. We're looking at the statutes and communicating with HPD. Hopefully we can report back to you relatively soon to see if we can come up with a better way to deal with those violations. Because I know it's frustrating for the residents in Waikiki. Some of them can spot these guys by face, and they know the person's got a geographic restriction, and here they are back in there. And so we get that frustration. And we'll start asking for more time. It may mean no plea agreements, so be it. Or the problem is, if we ask for, say they're going to get 2 days credit for time served. If we say to the judge, this guy really should get 5 days, the defendant is not going to plead, and they're going to set the trial like a month down the road, and the defendant's going to get released. So he's back on the street right then. So it's a difficult area. It's not an easy thing, but I think if we can keep the pressure up, get more geographic restrictions, and then figure out a way to make it quicker, that will really help. So we appreciate the support, but we'll try to come up with something.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Vice Chair Wire.
Okay. Thank you. I've got 2 questions. I guess, many of my colleagues have asked about weed and seed, and I think it's because we inherently understand its value and we see it out in the community. I wanted to ask what we're doing on the seed side of the equation. And is this something that's, the responsibility of your office, or is it HPD CPT, or is it Gale's nonprofit, or is it grants? I mean, how are we supporting, especially in these difficult neighborhoods, in my community, in Waipahu, and I suppose in Waikiki, how are we doing the seed part?
The way traditionally it's done is the weed and seed coordinators, Gail Braceros and Lori Cano, are responsible for the seed component. But whenever asked, we will participate with them. So they might have a cleanup, and you'll find people from our office, you'll find people from the U.S. Attorney's office, because the U.S. attorneys used to be involved. When I was U.S. attorney, we would handle all the drug sale cases. And there were like 200 or 300 in the weed and seed site in Kali'ipalama and Chinatown. And then the prosecutor's office would handle everything else, which is the lion's share. And so that's still, except this time, the U.S. attorney's office isn't involved in any of the weed activities. They have chosen not to. So we're doing all of that. But the seed component, Gail is working, whether it's cleanups, whether it's working with folks during COVID to give the shots, to give in Ala Park, other kinds of activities. There are activities in the schools that are located in the site. It's typically the folks, the two coordinators, working up stuff like that. In the other weed and seed sites, there's a culinary arts program that was at Waipahu that's now at Campbell. It's up to each site depending on what they think they can do and what they come up with.
And they're funded primarily as a nonprofit separate, or is it a grant that they ask for through your office? I'm just trying to see how we can get more resources to the
It's separate. It's like I say, they've gotten a grant and aid from at the legislature, and they've applied for a grant and aid with the city. And, we were happy to repurpose it just so we could pay their salaries. Because I think they went on unemployment for a couple of weeks as it was. But, we're all in this together, so we're trying to help, pay their salaries so they could keep doing the seed activities in Chinatown. Now, I should say, when we did Weed and Seed the first time, when I left, his political appointment as U.S. attorney, right? Bush beat Gore, I'm out. My successor as U.S. attorney did not want to keep doing weed and seed. So it died. The weed part died out. The seed part kept on going, in all three sites. But honestly, to get the best bang for your buck, you have to have the weed and the seed. It's like a vodka tonic without the vodka. It's tonic. And what gets people's attention is people getting arrested and showing the residents we care about them. We want to make your neighborhood safer. And the beauty of both Weed and Seed and Safe and Sound is this isn't a one-time effort. It's day after day, week after week, month after month, residents like in Waikiki telling us who are the biggest problems and then working with HPD to take care of those folks. So it's one of those things. It'll continue onward, and we'll just try to keep making progress.
Thank you. And speaking of just continued issues in the community, one other vexing issue besides the homelessness and the drug sort of nexus is the game rooms that have proliferated. I mean, all throughout our community. My desk neighbor here, Councilmember Tupola, talks about it in her community as well. What can we do better to pursue the prosecution and conviction of the game room operators, the people involved? I mean, the whole network of people surrounding this sort of crime.
Well, one thing the legislators before the last session had asked us, what could we do? Because I think they get the same phone calls you get and we get. Game rooms and drug houses are the two biggest things that drive people crazy in their neighborhoods. So he said, well, if you made it a felony to work at a game room promoting gambling in the second degree, the cashiers, the security, that if you made it a felony, that might deter them, because probably most of them have day jobs. They're just making some extra money working there at night. And their boss may not care if they get a misdemeanor, but they did pass a law. So it's a felony now that you cannot get a deferral. So it's on your record. So we're working with HPD to identify a good case to do as the first one for that. We have great hopes, and then we'll do a bunch more. We also have filed civil lawsuits under the nuisance abatement statute, and it's a guy who owns a building in McCully who, we're alleging rented out to a game room operator. And if we're successful, a judge can order them not to use the entire building for up to a year, which would be a tremendous disincentive. It's also embarrassing for a business person to be identified as the source of this lawsuit. So HPD is really happy about it. It's midway through the civil process. That takes a long time. But we're hoping the combination of those two will. But I want to say to the council that I think over the years, our office tended to focus with our legislative efforts on the legislature. And we should be doing at least as much with you folks. You can operate really quickly. A lot of stuff can happen with an ordinance in a fast way that will serve the purposes. It doesn't have to be a statewide law at the legislature. So we'll try to do better in that regard with you folks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last question from Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you. Just quickly. I was wondering if you or if anyone from your office participates on any of these stakeholder groups that the administration is doing regarding homelessness or housing.
We were part of Senator Moriwaki's working group that went throughout a year coming up with ideas for homelessness, which resulted in that position in the cabinet being part of it. And it was a good group to deal with a lot of issues. So we're trying to do that. The whole Sudafast program is tremendously busy, but it's got people from the Department of Health, the public defenders, our office, treatment providers. Because again, I think one of the answers to homelessness is taking care of the behavioral health issues.
Yeah.
And that has got to get taken care of, or we're never going to solve the problem.
Yeah, no, that's good to know, because my hope is that as we get in a new housing director, that maybe as they, look at this foundation of a homeless plan that we have and they look to work on it, that they'll talk to you, they'll talk to CPT, they'll talk to providers, they'll talk to the state homeless coordinator. So hopefully that position can be a driver to get everyone in lockstep.
We would be happy to participate. And one of the things when we look at California, which I know it sounds harsh, but I think if we're giving people housing opportunities, we should be requiring them to participate in mental health or drug and alcohol programs at the same time, not necessarily before, but at the same time. Because California has gone the other way and made it explicitly, you cannot consider that. You have entire buildings of people who are there for housing first. Everybody's using drugs in the building. And the nearby drug treatment programs are up in arms because their folks cannot stay sober when they're next to a situation like that. So, tough love sometimes is what's needed.
Yeah. But then, of course, to have the tough love, we need the bed space.
Yeah.
The mental health, that dual diagnosis bed space, too.
It was revealing to me, speaking with ATS, which is one of our absolute premier addiction treatment services up in Nuuanu. They told us they have never been fully used as a drug treatment program because there's never been enough funding or other. They have a whole wing that they use for offices. They would be happy. They typically have 48 beds for residential. They could go up to 65 if they had a steady source of funding.
Yeah.
So anything that can be done in that way, and I know your chair is looking at it, would be a blessing.
Yeah. A lot to work on, but appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Talba, and then followed by Vice Chair Kia'aina.
Thank you. Maybe we can put in a budget for sleeping bags for city council. What do you think? All right, quick question. Other than Waikiki, are they doing geographic restrictions anywhere else? Because, a program like that in Waipahu with the businesses last week, right in front of a business, propane tanks, these guys are camping out right in front. So
it's Chinatown and Kalipalama.
Okay.
We're making the effort. For Waipahu and Eva Beach, when we first started, they wanted to make sure everything was okay, so they started with the crew units, making really good cases. We've now expanded to the patrol, so there will be more and more cases like that. But we want to be careful because in Chinatown particularly, most of the guys getting arrested don't have a residence there. But, you know, we got to be more careful in Waipahu and Eva Beach. People we're arresting, we're not trying to get, if they live there and they're part of the community, we're not trying to use weed and seed as a way to kick them out of their community.
Sure.
You know, but if they don't live there or they don't have an identifiable address, and I don't consider being homeless an identifiable address,
Right.
we're not, if they live there, work there, or get services, we don't ask for a geographic restriction. But in other cases, it's a useful tool, and
Again,
we will be doing that.
Right? Tough love, making it difficult so that they can get the help they need so they can get treatment. So
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kiaina.
Thank you for being here so late.
Sure.
I just wanted to commend you for your commitment to caring about your staff and and increasing capacity and salary levels. I fully support the salary increase for your deputy prosecuting attorneys. And I actually was also happy to see that you care about providing entry-level opportunities for your paralegal assistants. Number one, there's a need. Number two, all across the city, that's part of the challenge. I believe a lot of our job descriptions and requirements are antiquated. And I guess I'm just applauding you for that. I hope that other departments can look into that because that is the problem. They don't have an entry-level pathway, and that's across the board. That's just not at the prosecuting attorney's office. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for being here so late.
Thank you. Any last questions? Okay. Thank you, Prosecuting Attorney Alm, and your team that has come
Okay,
and
thank
joined
you
us.
very much.
Thank you. Before we adjourn, we still have testimony. First up, we will now proceed with remote testifiers. When I call your name or last 3 digits of your phone number, please follow the prompts. Okay, first up, we have Raquel Achu.
Chair, testifier is not logged in.
Okay, next up, we have Joey Cadiz.
Hello, Council.
Aloha.
I'm sorry. Thank you. It's very late. I appreciate all of you for being here this time. I'll be very brief. I know it's very late, but I am an ocean safety officer on the North Shore. You may have seen me before or heard my testimony in the past, but in particular, I'm here to testify on several things that were brought up in this meeting earlier today by Vice Chair Ware and Councilmember Waters in regards to Bill 39, the Sun Up to Sundown program, which we refer to as the 410 program, but it's really the Sun Up to Sundown. And I would like to just reiterate, as a frontline worker, as a tower guard, this bill was originally brought forth for the towers because we are the frontline workers. Preventative actions is a unique opportunity that we as ocean safety officers have for the public, that we interact, educate, whether they're local people or our tourists. But prevention is our key tool that we use to save the public before we have a 911 call.
Thank you, Mr. Cadiz.
Unfortunately,
Can
right
I have
now,
you provide a summarize your testimony and also state your name as well?
Joey Cadiz. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Basically, I'm in support of providing the adequate personnel to implore this program to be in process that was presented in 2019 and approved in 2019, and it's long overdue. So that's where my support is. Thank you, everybody.
We really appreciate it, and I know that you've been watching us for the last 7 hours, I believe. Okay, and okay, we have a question from Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And Joy, your testimony speaks for itself. I just wanted to say mahalo for your service and also for being here at 7:30, sitting through today. Yeah, mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Thank you. Next, we have Luke Shepardson.
Chair, testifier is not logged in.
Okay, next we have iPad 3. Please state your name. Whoever is on iPad 3.
Sorry, that's Raquel.
Hi, Raquel. Go ahead.
Hi, so sorry. Thank you for hanging in there with accepting our testimony. Raquel Achu, North Shore resident and vice chair of the neighborhood board. Although I am testifying as an individual, I first want to just mirror and reiterate what Council Chair Waters had mentioned earlier regarding the positions with ocean safety. The 410s have been something we've been working for a very long time, and I'm just very confused as to why it hasn't been implemented. In April 2020, at budget, MD Ireland stated, and I quote, "We need 48 positions to adequately staff all towers at 410 shifts," end quote. Yet we're still here with trying to figure out where those 48 people are, although they say there's 4 vacancies now. So I think it's very unclear as to where we're at, and our tower guards need all of the support they can possibly get. So please support any type of funding we can get to get our towers fully staffed at the 410 schedules. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel, and I also thank you for being with us from 7 hours ago. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have last 3 digits, phone number 233. Phone number 233. Please unmute by pressing *6 and state your name.
Hi, this is Natalie Wassa. Can you hear me?
Yes, Natalie, we can hear you loud and clear. Please proceed. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. I had problems. I was given the wrong link. Anyway, Natalie Wassa, for the record, I'm testifying regarding the BFS discussion and the real property tax revenues. The $10.50 rate on residential properties, even though it applies to greater than $1 million, is outrageous. Thousands of residential properties went from regular residential to residential A and will have their real property taxes increase a minimum of 29%. When a landlord is paying 90% more than a tenant would, something is wrong with the system. And I understand the idea of motivating investors to sell properties, but keep in mind that renters put way more than 30% of their income into housing, some up to 50% or more. So this is an additional hurdle that they have to get over in order to get a mortgage, even if they have an excellent rental payment record. You're increasing costs for landlords who will increase rents. The comment that was made that we don't know if real property tax relief would get to the renters if it were given to the landlords is a misunderstanding of how the rental market works and was very frustrating to hear. When costs increase year after year for landlords, it's more likely that those costs will be passed on to renters, and more landlords are likely to do so.
Ms. Iwasa, may I have you please summarize?
I'm almost done. If you would just bear with me, I've been on watching for over 7 hours. Proposed spending millions of dollars on housing, and yet we have this high real property tax rate for those people who are providing housing for many of our residents. It's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. I do appreciate the discussion of potential exemption for classification of long-term rentals, but that wouldn't even go into effect until fiscal year 2025. Rather than have a high rate, please reduce and remove exemptions for labor unions, credit unions, business leagues, for-profit childcare, and other entities. It's too late for this fiscal year, but 2025 is within reach. And I please ask you to decrease the rate for this residential A because I'm really concerned about the fallout we're going to have from this. Thank you so much for allowing me to go over a minute.
Thank you very much, Ms. Iwasa. Okay, is there anyone else online that wishes to testify? Any other remote testifiers? Okay, with that, we will now proceed with in-person testifiers. Ms. Angela Young, please come to the podium. You have 1 minute.
Aloha, Kayaka, not Kayaka. Good evening, City Council, Chair and Vice Chair Angela Melody Young. Just want to testify to support you guys as a council. I've never been to a budget marathon, so I'm looking forward to it. And so I just wanted to address Councilmember Kiana's question about the 911 dispatchers. Should it be defined as first responders? Because in the federal statute, the U.S. Code, right, it says, this is what it says verbatim from the federal statute, the term first responders includes a firefighter, law enforcement officer, paramedic, emergency medical technician, or other individual, including an employee of a legally organized and recognized volunteer organization, whether compensated or not, who in the course of his or her professional duties responds to fire, medical, hazardous material, or other similar emergencies. So because 911 dispatchers have specialized training to respond during an emergency for these reasons, it is reasonable to conclude that it does qualify as a first responder. Yeah. And also, okay.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
It sounds like you support that too. Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other members in person that wishes to testify? Okay, seeing none, members, we are in discussion. Okay, members, we'll be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And yes, we'll look for a quicker meeting tomorrow. Thank you. With that, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 7:41.